Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. We're going to get right into it tonight. This is Conspiracy Monday. So I'm David Sponheim, and we are dedicated to giving you some alternative views that you would normally not get in the mainstream media. This is what makes this a fertile ground for people to communicate and share ideas freely. On Conspiracy Monday, we welcome anyone's views except for two different subjects, the flat earth and the hollow hoax. So please don't bring up anything about flat earth or hollow hoax. Anyone who thinks those thoughts really belong in some extreme level of politics. Thank you. But we'll take on the issue of did we really go to the moon? And it's more likely we didn't go to the moon. NASA lost most of their footage of the moon. In fact, all of it. They had to regain the footage from NBC, ABC, and CBS. That's how they pieced it together. They don't have any telemetry data of the flights. They got very little information to confirm that we were there. So many people are wondering, well, we haven't been back in 50 years, so did they lie to us? And yeah, it's possible. They did. Nixon had a bone to pick with Kennedy and wanted to be bigger than him. That would be the motivation. Kennedy said, we will go to the moon in this decade. But Nixon made it happen, which made him look bigger, more important, you know? Gee, wow, that's great, Nixon. Gee. Well, there's a lot of theories that all of it was faked. High-end cameras were used, studios. That's why you don't see these stars in any of the pictures. It's all blacked out. In fact, they've got such a blackout situation on their hands where, let's take a look at the moon liftoff itself. You don't see any stars in this. Watch how fake this is.
Fourth stage, push. Engine arm is descent. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector grid. Ag thought.
Yeah. So I don't necessarily believe that was real. That was fake as can be. I mean, and that was the last flight we had allegedly to the moon on Apollo 17, where they could take a picture somehow. And many people ask, well, how did they upload that picture to at that time in the 70s? They didn't have that ability to move video, you know, in the sky. We got a picture later of the video that when they arrived back, that would be the most likely thing. And how do you lose footage with no backup copies? I know. You know, Scissor Fight, I started audiovisual work in 1971 when I was in 5th grade. And I actually worked with the same videotape that they had at that time, the 1-inch videotape. And that stuff is like stronger than any videotape you could even get today, even better than Beta SP. It was made with the real ingredients to make it permanent. We would have copies because it was readily available at that time. So good question. We don't have copies. So what are they hiding? And if they did somehow, you know, convince us that we didn't get to the moon, that doesn't mean, or if they somehow convinced us we went to the moon and we didn't, that doesn't mean that you should dispense with all thoughts of the stellar universe that we live in, with planets moving around in circular elliptical patterns, spherical, like Earth. They want you to create this idea that the Earth is flat so that you'll be seen by all of your family members as a nutcase. It's one way to relegate you to the conspiracy trash can at the dinner meetings when you start speaking out in front of everybody. Same with the hollow hoax. They want you to somehow believe that the Holocaust didn't happen when we know we have film of it that wasn't doctored, of bodies being moved out of the concentration camps that Hitler had created. It wasn't faked in order to create the state of Israel. It was real. Hitler was a part of that horrible devastation of all of these people, and he was a horrible monster of a person to have allowed it or promoted it. Some people believe it wasn't just him that promoted him. The death of all those innocent ethnic minorities and Jewish people. Some people believe that it was actually a plot by Muslims to kill the Jews. Netanyahu believes that. Yeah, the Holocaust was real. Yeah, so there are a lot of varying viewpoints on this issue, but Netanyahu has been above board about his position on this. Let me see if I can get an alphabetical on this. There. Watch this.
And this attack and other attacks on the Jewish community in 1920 and 1921, 1929, were instigated by a call of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was later sought for war crimes in the Nuremberg trials because he had a central role in fomenting the final solution. He flew to Berlin. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them. And he was sought during the Nuremberg trials for prosecution. He escaped it. Later died in cancer after the war, died of cancer in Cairo. But this is what Haj Amin al-Husseini said. He said, the Jews seek to destroy the Temple Mount. My grandfather in 1920 seeks to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So this lie is about 100 years old.
I don't think there's a better person out there to talk about the death of all the Jewish people. So there was a reason to create the State of Israel, no question about it. But what I'm concerned about is that they now are so full of themselves and with such power and great control over the monetary system, the global monetary system, that they now want to take over the world and consolidate their power. That's my concern. That's why I'm anti-Zionist. Here is exactly the kind of videotape machine that I worked on in 1971 at my local elementary school. And I was in charge of AV there, running the same machine, and you happen to have that machine, Scissor Fight. Wow. Videotape machine, 1-inch videotape machine from 1970s. That's amazing. Wow, you really have quite a collection. So they should have had copies of this. This videotape of the moon landing, yeah. Well, many people believe that Adolf Hitler was, in fact, an Ashkenazi Jew. And the Ashkenazis weren't really Jewish, but the court Jews that the Jewish royalty appointed to handle their money were actually Ashkenazis, like the Rothschilds. They say Hitler may very well have been an illegitimate son of the Rothschilds. There's argument that his father was a Rothschild. Yeah. That Hitler was put in power. And there's a strong theory that Hitler and Angela Merkel are related. Now, Merkel's still clinging to power against all resistance. She's got another confidence vote coming. But if you haven't seen this striking resemblance of Angela Merkel to Hitler's mother, Clara Hitler, who happened to be his sister too, which is kind of strange. Yeah, his father committed incest with his mother. But look at the similarity between his sister, or rather, what could be Hitler's daughter, and Clara Hitler, Hitler's mother. Isn't that amazing? Striking resemblance. There's many other pictures that many people are wondering, how did this woman gain so much power for so long, and she doesn't seem to have a strong resonating message among her people, other than bring illegal immigrants into their country. So that's a conspiracy theory that she may very well have been Hitler's daughter. All right, good questions. Moving on. I don't know. Alex Jones just did what he was told. The people that finance Alex Jones, I think it's the CIA. They just told him to support Trump. He'll go wherever they tell him. He works for $20 million a year. Alex Jones is completely bought off. And Alex Jones isn't even Alex Jones. I mean, we've talked about that on our Conspiracy Monday show. I should just briefly touch on it. I don't mind telling you about, the reality that a lot of lies have been committed in our countries. We've got a very rich show of potential flips in your consciousness. You might realize that something is not right when we show you these things. I know I do. I can tell you that after seeing the picture of the real Alex Jones and talking to the people in Texas where he used to broadcast, they tell me in my show, that's not the real Alex Jones, right? Okay, let's take a look at the picture here. That is the real Alex Jones. This is from a clip.
So what happened to the first Alex Jones? Was he taken out by the CIA and replaced by Agent Bill Hicks? Was he paid off to disappear and then be replaced by Agent Bill Hicks? Or was the first Alex Jones also a CIA agent, and for whatever reason, he was unable to fulfill his current assignment, so he needed to be replaced? While it is unclear who the first Alex Jones really was or what happened to him, what is clear is that there was a replacement. A replacement who had begun his career as a comedian and is now an actor in a reality show of false hope.
All right, this is a very important clip, and you can tell the face is completely different between the old. And by the way, his height at this time was 5'9". Now Alex Jones is 6 feet or more, because Bill Hicks was 6'1". So it's surprising to see that we've been lied to there. And even in his deposition, Alex Jones told his wife's, in the wife's divorce hearing and our custody hearing, in his deposition, he said he was a performance actor. He's playing the role of Alex Jones. Whatever happened to the real Alex Jones, if he's 5'11", it's only because he's stooping over. The real Alex Jones was 5'9". And they, at the very least, you look it up right now, it'll say 5'10". They changed that too. But the real, this Alex Jones towers over others at 6'1". That's how tall Bill Hicks was. But Alex Jones is now really fat, so his spine is going to curve to accommodate the weight gain. No, this guy actually stands very close to Jesse Ventura. I've got photographs of Alex Jones standing next to Jesse Ventura, and where I could approximate his height at about 6'1", because Jesse Ventura is much taller. He's what, 6'6" or something, 6'5". Yeah, I certainly don't want to waste your time talking about Alex Jones tonight, but that's just one conspiracy theory that you may be aware of right now, but many people don't know about this. There is a 2-inch difference. Marco Rubio is 5'7", and he towered over Marco Rubio in that interview. You saw that? Yeah. Let's see if I have an Alex comparison here. Okay, there's a time sequence here where he just doesn't look the age that he's supposed to be. He looked 37 on the left, not 25. And he looked 54 in the one on the right, not 39. So the real Alex Jones was younger. That's another factor. The teeth of Bill Hicks and Alex Jones are identical. These are the teeth of Alex Jones and Bill Hicks. I don't know how much more identical you could get. I mean, you're literally looking at the same mouth. So Bill Hicks, the comedian, faked his death and became Alex Jones. And Sacred Cow Productions is also funding this other guy, Rogan, who's an instant YouTube star, which means he's a shill. Here's a comparison of their faces, the real Alex Jones and Bill Hicks. You can see there's a significant similarity in all of their features. I mean, it's not kind of, it's huge. It is his face. So we can keep going. I mean, this is kind of a fun little journey down Conspiracy Road. Here's earlier pictures where Alex Jones, Bill Hicks about 1 inch shorter than Kevin Booth here, and Alex Jones about 1 inch shorter than Kevin Booth here. So you can see the exact same relationship. And the striking weird thing is Bill Hicks was a good friend of Kevin Booth's. Alex Jones is a good friend of Kevin Booth's, and they all work for Sacred Cow Productions. And this is Alex Jones accepting an award for Bill Hicks from Kevin Booth. Now, why would Alex Jones be accepting an award for Bill Hicks? I mean, it's right in your face, folks. They're lying to you right in your face. Yeah. So there's all this corroborating information that's right in your face. I mean, you couldn't say that he's not Bill Hicks. Clearly he is Bill Hicks. He's not Alex Jones. If you believe that he's somehow Alex Jones and he's fighting for your rights, you bought the lie. You believed the lie, the whole thing. And here's a celebrity height showing Alex Jones' height to be 5'9". Now, I guarantee right now, if we got Alex Jones to take a height test, it would be higher than 5'11". I guarantee that. That means he's been completely put out there to be faking how he cares about people. Because Alex Jones' original radio station in Texas, I think it was like Fort Worth, Texas, or Austin, Texas, was really good. He fought against the New World Order. So what did the New World Order do? They absorbed him. They got rid of anybody that fights against them. They absorb all battles against them. That they became the battle against themselves. Well, I've got absolute proof and identical teeth, the fact that he's 3 inches taller than the original Alex Jones, all of that corroborates my position. They only prevented him from accessing social media platforms, Ghost, in order to make it seem like he was being censored, so it makes him seem more legitimate. He's back up and running on YouTube now. They just did that they did the same thing with another shill, a guy we used to have on our show, who's been now promoted to YouTube stardom because he signed a deal with the Lucis Trust Fund, a Luciferian organization that runs the UN. You heard me right. Devil worshippers, Luciferians. And that guy became an instant YouTube star and now has 160,000 subscribers and continues to get them hitting on his videos, and he makes money every time he says anything. And usually it's outlandish what he says, but they love that. Alex Jones is outlandish. They love outlandish. Anybody trying to form a political movement, I've been censored for 9 years on YouTube. I was one of the first during the original censorship period where everyone was kicked off. They couldn't kick me off for any legitimate reason. And I make a point of not posting more than a few tags on my videos. It's one way to avoid this. If you try to promote certain ideas, they knock you off left and right. They're censoring the message. Yeah, in case you didn't know that was happening. Anyway, we're done with that one, I think. We can move on to other conspiracy theories. Let's get back to the news here for a second. See what's going on. 5 police officers shot in the southeast Houston area. 2 suspects dead. There's live suspects. Just one suspect was dead. Now both of them are dead. This has all the earmarks of a possible false flag. Let's take a look at what we have news-wise here. Okay, we're going to go back just a bit here on this, and I'll unmute it.
Shot tonight. We have not been told. We do now have some breaking news coming in from Houston. Our CBS station KHOU reports at least 5 police officers have been shot tonight. We have not been told what their conditions are. Police are advising people to avoid one section of southeast Houston there. KHOU again reports at this hour the suspect is down and dead. Again, though, at this hour, we're being told 5 officers have been shot in Houston.
Potential 2020 presidential candidates is growing. Former Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz tells 60 Minutes that he's seriously considering running as an independent candidate.
Schultz is a lifelong Democrat, but he says Americans are tired of the divisive politics in.
Yeah, you know, Schultz has $1 billion. He's going to pull LGBTQ votes, and he's going to be, because obviously he wants to give transgenders operations. Anybody who works for him who wants a transgender operation will get it for free. He'll be pulling splinter gun supporter right people who don't care about LGBTQ. I don't support LGBTQ. But it's going to be interesting because he's kind of pulling from gun supporters, because he's a big gun right advocate, and people that support LGBTQ. Totally conflicting and in the middle of the political spectrum. I don't support LGBTQ. I'm not a Democrat, but I won't enhance discrimination like Trump is trying to do. He's trying to make it so that transgenders can't serve in the military. I think transgenders should serve in the military. If they went through boot camp, they deserve a career in the military. Absolutely. There's no reason to kick them out. That's discrimination. So I don't want them discriminated against, but I just don't see them as a priority, whereas obviously he does. Okay, let's look at what's happening with, you're claiming that 5,000 U.S. troops are moving to Colombia. Again, I'm going to refresh this, see if anything changed. No, I don't see the 5,000 troops being moved down there. Trump's campaign manager privately pushes president to hold firm on the border wall. Yeah, I would definitely say hold firm on the border wall. You got to get the border wall built, Donald. It's my idea, the 1,000-mile fence, and I want that built. And I certainly want to take the reins of this country in 2020 with a border wall that's completely still unbuilt. I'm kind of hoping he does get it built, because we really do need that defense. Anybody who thinks otherwise, like Pelosi or the liberal Democrats, are absurdly lost in confusion. Our nation's growth rate is attributed solely to immigration. That's not good. We would normally have a regular zero growth rate, which would be fantastic for our country, without the illegal immigration coming in here. When your life is on the line, I don't have an opinion about that, but I agree with you. Because my life, if I were to have a Secret Service guard me, I'd probably tell them that, no, I don't want transgenders in my Secret Service group. I probably would. So in a way, I agree with you. But there's a lot of work at the government installations, contract work, military officers, desk work. There's lots of work that needs to be done, not on the front line. That's why I still believe that there's plenty of places for transgenders in the military. And I do believe that the decisions about how we create the complexion of our military fighting force, whether they're heterogeneous groups with mixed, or if they're all heterosexual, that depends, you know. I don't really, I think the commander-in-chief would have that decision. I'm diverting it to the commanders in charge in any one field of battle. They can decide who they want on the front line. But I do believe we should allow them to continue their job. And General Mattis continued allowing transgenders in the military, even though Trump went against him. I still think Trump's wasting time with that agenda. Now, if we look at the Mueller probes close behind, apparently Whitaker says that, yeah, they're going to get ready to push the entire Mueller thing to a close. Mueller is going to deliver something to the Democrats. We'll get to that when we find out. I believe that Mueller has been acting like a shill and hasn't done what he needed to do. He needed to get copies, 10-year copies of the tax returns, never even bothered to get those. It's like Mueller didn't even investigate Trump. He just investigated the people around him, which means that Mueller didn't do his job, which makes me think that he's either complicit and he's being paid off, which would be a felony, or he's just incompetent. But either one is not good for our country. Mueller has not done his job, and he has turned a blind eye to Manafort's second trial, which supposedly ended in a plea agreement which we know nothing about, and that was related to money laundering, related to Trump. Now, you cannot tell me that Michael Cohen or Manafort did not take some of that money and give it back to Trump for access to the president and payback and favor. You can't tell me there's no money chain back to the Trump administration. There's no way. I mean, the only money train that Mueller has exposed is $130,000 from Michael Cohen to Trump, when we know that there was $550,000 involved from Michael Cohen to Trump. So that's being shielded from our public view. There's a lot more money there. That could have been commissions on the pay for play and access to the president that the Ukrainian President Poroshenko paid Cohen for access to the president. Top level Saudis paid Trump for access to the president. Where did all that money go? So there's something lacking in everything Mueller has done. The details and when he dropped off the case is suspicious, and it belies a deeper possible collusion with the very deep state that's protecting Donald Trump right now. Now, if Trump is going to get a free ride because they got a lot invested in this guy and nobody's going to ask any questions, and the Democrats are just going to have a little, pissy party and talk about things, nothing will ever come out of this. We won't see the impeachment that you elected a Democrat to do. Now, I know most people elected Democrats in this recent election so that they'd work toward impeachment, not because they support amnesty. But the Democrats didn't get that message. They don't know why they were elected in the midterm. They have no clue. They think that maybe you want more health care, so they're going to come up with more costly health care solutions, which is going to cost everybody more money, like Obamacare did. They're up to no good. The Democrats are sitting on a $5 billion fence idea. Give him the money. Give Donald Trump what he wants, and we won't have the same thing play out we just had play out with another 20-day extension. This is ridiculous. They're holding Donald Trump in abeyance, and I think that the fence needs to be built, don't get me wrong, but they're holding Donald Trump in abeyance. Pursue the impeachment, but give him the money. That's my message to the Democrats. Keep going with the impeachment, but give him the money. We need to get this fence built. He needs to show his abilities at building this fence, or he needs to move aside and let me build a container fence, which I think is a hell of a lot better idea. We have more than enough containers in this country to cover the entire landscape, 1,000-mile landscape, and then we can work around the Rio Grande to build larger moats and areas where people can't cross. But this is the 1,000-mile container fence idea for only $1 billion. And more than enough containers at our docks to do this. We're ready to go. Trump needs to steal this idea too. But he won't do it because he's getting money, kickbacks from CEMEX, a Mexican corporation that wants to build the fence, if you can imagine that. We're going to hire a Mexican company to build the fence. I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah, we could fill the entire container fence with a landfill. Yeah, sure. You could fill them solid with dirt or garbage. Yeah, fill them with garbage. We could turn every container into a methane processing unit and make them flammable. That's a great idea. Ticking time bags. Yeah. It's really quite a brilliant idea. If we open the top and then hatch them in there, we could turn them into methane storage units. Very flammable. Sure. Dangerous as hell to open up. And you'd have to get through a pile of crap to get there. No, we're not raising the abortion age any higher than New York. I'm morally against raising it above the first trimester period. But New York decided to, put their stake in the ground and stand up to the Republicans who want to stack the Supreme Court against the Roe v. Wade position. We can thank Roe v. Wade for reducing crime by 45% over the past 20 years. Crime has resulted in lower criminals, less people, also less potential danger, less unwanted children. 65 million people were not born because of Roe v. Wade. Do you realize what our country would be like if we had 45% increases in crime? That's what we would have had we not had Roe v. Wade. That's a huge reason to keep Roe v. Wade. I don't like the fact that we're killing children past this age. Now, I was a little baby fetus at this size. I wouldn't want to be killed either, but at the same time, did I want to grow up in a world of crap?
Would you want to grow up in a world where you weren't wanted?
Yeah, exactly. Would you want to grow up in a world where you weren't wanted?
I mean, that's
if you had,
when they have abortions, they're saying, I don't really want this.
Yeah. People say they don't want kids. They shouldn't be parents. Why are we forcing them to have kids? So I'm pro-choice. Sarah's pro-choice. Deal with it. But I support a first trimester abortion law like the one that John Kasich put together in Ohio. I came out with our idea ahead of him, and somehow they globbed onto the idea and they liked it. So at a state level, I can understand it. This would limit the unnecessary, at a certain age, the child is this big. They don't even have a cerebrum. Their head hasn't formed. And their pain centers don't even exist. It's the abortions where, like New York is allowing them right up to the very birthing moment. That's crazy, in my opinion. All right. Sarah is here. So you have your voice kind of back a little bit?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Can I get you some tea or anything?
I'm sure.
Hot tea. Okay, great. Let me do that. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, isn't that up to God then? Say God gets upset. Isn't that up to God to judge and not you? Yes, I have heard that push and toe. I disagree with that saying that third party will help Trump's chances. I think now is the time for a third party Now is the time for a centrist candidate, and people will rally around a centrist candidate. Yeah, I had a cold for the past 5 days or something like that. Well, it's up to God to judge you for judging them. 469, and may he do so, or she. No, teachers aren't protesting where we are, Ulamula. That's happening, I guess, down in LA, but not up here and too much in Washington State. Yep, we don't know people's situations. It's up to God to judge them, not up to us. You've been over trusting and then you get hurt, and then you go the opposite to not trusting anyone. Maybe they will, my beautiful cat Fluffy. Maybe they will. I believe in capital punishment. Someone was saying, you know, there's so many people that they believe in abortion, and then they're like, but don't kill anyone with capital punishment. And they say that's like a false dichotomy. You know, it's like, how can you say it's okay to kill at one end and not the other? Well, I actually believe in both. You can totally read my feelings just by looking at my eyebrow movements, maybe so. Benji thinks capital punishment he's against, or she is against capital punishment because it's letting them off too easy. Sometimes when there's suffering involved and what the act that they committed. No, I'm totally pro-choice, Jackson. Completely. I'm in favor of educating a woman about all of her options, especially the option of adoption. But in the end, if it comes down to it, I'm pro-choice. All right. The Mueller probe is close to being completed. That'll take another 2 years to do it. I'm sure it'll take through 2020 for Mueller to close his investigation, because he is elongating it purposely. In my opinion, Mueller is purposely elongating his investigation to give Trump more time in office. Yeah. And that's what pro-choice is. It's ultimately the woman's decision, because we are not in that situation to make that decision. Some really enjoy teaching, Badger Waxer. And it is difficult. Yes, abortions. In the book Freakonomics, they talk about crime, and then they talk about was going to be this huge uptick in crime, and people didn't see an end in sight, and then suddenly it started dropping off, and they wondered why. And it just happens to be that 18 years previously, give or take a couple years, about 18 years previously, that's when Roe versus Wade was passed. Therefore, there was less people coming of age, being adults, to engage in the criminal activity.
Yep.
Yes, 991. All right. Well, you know what, 949, I understand that position, and I'm not opposed to that. 949 believes, or at least I'm not opposed to discussing that further. 949 believes that the USA should sterilize any woman that gets an abortion. Some would argue that, well, the woman might, what about rape is one argument. Another argument would be a woman might not be financially capable at a time when she got pregnant, say when she was a teenager, but then she gets a decent job and becomes financially able to take care of a child in her late 30s or something. And then what do they choose? And so, then they would be able to. But the thing is, that's about, and 649 says if they sterilize the woman, they should also sterilize the man. A man can get a lot of women pregnant. One man. (949) says if a woman's raped, they should be able to take the morning after pill. So morning after pill, you don't consider abortion. That might happen, Alcan Crazy. Muzzy. Most Americans are peace-loving kittens, that's true. Wow, interesting, my beautiful cat Fluffy. You know many men who do that? Wow. I've never been to Manitoba, and actually I probably would like it because everybody I've ever met who's Canadian I've ever met in person are the nicest people. The only people in America that are that nice, that are as nice as the Canadians, are the Carolinians. The people from North and South Carolina, those are some nice people. Everywhere else in America is so-so. And as far as the people in Manitoba, I haven't met any people there. Well, I don't know. You go around and say that I don't like Canadians or don't like Manitobans or Manitoba people, but I do like them. Okay, Zellfire. Zellfire says there's a lot of places in North Carolina that are pretty rough. All right. My sister just moved to North Carolina, so maybe I should take it all back, what I just said. I should go visit her. I've never been to North Carolina. It's just all the people that escape from North Carolina that I've met are very nice. That could be just a certain group that escaped from North Carolina. Wow. 5 police officers were wounded in southeast Houston in a shooting. 2 suspects are dead. Wow. And I heard, wow, this polar vortex is going to grip the Midwest with the most extreme cold that has hit the area in a generation. Okay, you're waiting. Bob's waiting for the suspects' names. Yeah, cold is coming. In Wisconsin, the governor declared a state of emergency, and he's asked the National Guard to assist them. Polar vortex. Life-threatening low temperatures. It could shatter records and plunge much of the region into the deepest freeze in decades. The University of Notre Dame is closing its Northern Indiana campus Tuesday until Thursday. City leaders in Chicago deployed buses as mobile warming centers. They offer tips on how to thaw frozen pipes. They say hair dryers actually work okay, but don't use an open flame. My mom always told me you should leave water dripping, just because if it's flowing, it won't freeze. It's when it's still that it freezes. So leave your faucet dripping so it doesn't freeze. There's going to be 72 hours of sub-zero wind chills, 48 hours of sub-zero temperatures so low that they're going to hear buildings and outdoor objects creaking. I don't know, 816. I don't go shopping for those. If hardwood freezes, you want to see it on camera, your favorite iVlogcast. Yeah, we definitely still do. The thing is, 649, most of the pipes that are east of the Mississippi in America are ancient, up to 200 years old. Well, I would say definitely 100 years old. They were put in when they first put in running water and haven't done anything with them since. Haven't really updated them. Only in a few places have they updated them. Most pipes are super, super old. Whoa. Wednesday's high temperature, the high temperature is going to be minus 14 degrees. The high. Wow. In Chicago, Minneapolis. That will be the lowest high temperature for Chicago since they started keeping records. And the low is going to be minus 22. With the wind chill, it could plummet to minus 50. Man, I am so glad I'm not in Chicago. I have some ginger, actually. I was doing that right before I came on the show. And that is very cold. It's usually, this vortex is usually up near the North Pole, but it's spread southward, bringing Arctic weather to the middle of the U.S. harsh weather events have been more common in recent years. Scientists are not sure why, but some suspect a link to climate change. Could it be that we're supposed to be going into like an ice age? Plus, they had something similar in 2013, 2014. In Peoria, Illinois, landlords were warned they have to provide heat to their tenants. And in Minnesota, groups are mobilizing to encourage homeless people to seek shelter. You think your jeans are more suited to an ice age than some super heating event? I don't know. I think I prefer hot weather than super cold weather. But I guess I haven't been in super hot weather in quite some time, since I do live in Washington State. A lot of people die from cold. In fact, more people die every year from cold weather than from hot weather. That's what I read a few years ago. That was 4 or 5 years ago that I read that. But it is these deep freezes that kill a lot of people. So it's going to be in northern Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, eastern part of the Dakotas. Man. This is going to bring the coldest temperatures of some people's lifetimes. Yeah, if the power fails, a lot of people will not do well. Minneapolis School District has announced closings for Tuesday and Wednesday. University of Iowa has called off classes from Tuesday evening till Thursday afternoon. Lots of places are closing. It's just best to stay home, hunker down, drink hot cocoa for those 3 days and get through it. Yes, victory for cake. I believe that we landed on the moon. I believe I've seen moon rocks in person. I actually had them in my possession, and I was in charge of moon rocks for a full week a couple of years ago. But then I was also in charge of meteorites that fell. Is Hardwood a broadcaster, Bob? Is that who that is? No, these rocks, they encase in 2 inches of, it's like, well, actually it's 1.5 inches of glass. Actually, it's not glass, it's more like this hard plastic, clear plastic, but they've encased these rocks in there. And they're super secure through NASA. You have to go through special training to be able to check them out for educational purposes only. And when they check them out to you, you have to, part of the thing is that you have to say how they will be secure overnight. And you either have to have them secure in basically a bank vault, or secured by the police overnight, so people can't just get into your house and take them, because they're a national treasure. They're priceless. Why did I need moon rocks? To show students them, So I showed my whole school the moon rocks so they could look at them, study them. We're studying Earth rocks, and so then we also decided to study, I brought in moon rocks. And then the hardest part, we're actually sending them back to NASA because you have to send them in a secure box through the USPS, and they have to they have to be able to follow the chain of custody, and they stamp every single place that could possibly be opened, and it's unreal. Thin sections of moon rocks. These were, they were just little tiny pieces of the moon rocks, but they're encased in this clear acrylic. I don't think a pit bull's good for that, Jack. No. I really doubt it, 637. Okay, 555, thanks for letting me know. David might accidentally unban that person in an unban all video thing. Okay, so I guess he is going to give the State of the Union address on February 5th, the day before my birthday. Roger Stone says he'd be open to talking about his conversations with Trump. That could be a game changer for Mueller. U.S. is going to put sanctions on Venezuela, state-owned oil company.
Okay. I'm trying to get my things done before too long so you don't have to waste much time
Okay.
learning about the news.
All right.
U.S. indicts Huawei for stealing T-Mobile robot arms, selling U.S. tech to Iran. I think that the charges should be dropped myself. I think it's ridiculous to create trade friction with China right now.
Cuba was hit by a twister
Oh, really?
tornado. And there's going to be this huge polar vortex is hitting the Midwest, like Chicago, and that it's going to be some of the people that are alive today will be the coldest that they've ever had in their entire life.
And this will be the coldest in their entire life. Wow, that's amazing. I know my parents faced 40 below zero when they were a young couple.
Wow.
In North Dakota, really cold. Yeah. They told me about it. It's like my mother was caught in a snowbank, 10-foot snowbank, while she was pregnant. It was unbelievable. The very fact that she survived is a miracle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I heard about the snow. It's going to be bad this year. Be careful. It's the climate change that we're talking about. Thanks, Sarah. It's that climate change, that dreaded climate change. Yeah. All right. Yeah. No, Islam is defense against terrorism and attackers. Right. There's no Islamic defense. And normal Muslims are constantly plagued with this extremist accusation by people in Western culture, and that's wrong. To label all Muslims as jihadists is ridiculous. I agree with you. Okay, no Islam, thank you, whoever you are. The Jack-Off Bandit is here, so you're not going to do anything dangerous on the screen, I hope. And Beautiful Cat Fluffy is in. Yeah, that, with a name like that, I don't know. I think I'm asking for it to put you on the screen. You're not going to touch yourself, are you? Okay, good. He knows the regulations. We can't allow anybody touching themselves during the show unless it's privately, in their own consenting adult world. That's good. I think the fact that there's going to be sex tapes on Jeff Bezos, according to National Enquirer, they have some real salacious stuff about Jeff Bezos having relations with this new woman he's cheated on his wife with. Yeah, cool. Thank you. I've never made a sex tape, no. But the whole idea of Jeff Bezos having his penis online, I don't really want to see it. I hope they don't release it. And for Jeff's sake. And same with Donald Trump's selfie, the one that Mueller has in his possession, a sex selfie that we know for a fact exists. But I just hope that they don't, reveal it. Unless, of course, it is being used as blackmail against Donald Trump, then of course we should reveal it. That's the only way around any foreign government getting a hold of a blackmail, something they could blackmail our president with. And he has such an unusual relationship with Vladimir Putin. Everything's been secret. Not one meeting has been taped. And some people argue, well, Ronald Reagan didn't tape his meetings with Gorbachev. Well, Ronald Reagan wasn't under investigation for colluding with Russia either. I don't know. I mean, that's what I heard about Michael Jackson and the supposed penis pictures, but I heard that that's probably hearsay at this point. Santa Barbara has not released any of those photos. I've yet to see anything related to Michael Jackson that's incriminating him. And I know there's a whole lot of people right now that are talking about it, and they're saying, yeah, he was a real pedo. But wouldn't you rather talk about the Pizzagate story that just hit the news recently? Comet Pizza had a fire in it, and now it was the most ridiculous, obvious arson anyone could do. They left a lighter fluid on the counter and some matches. It's not like they wanted to collect insurance because they've got lots of money, these people. James Alefantis has, there's a conspiracy theory that he's actually a Rothschild. And the alleged, child trafficking stories of Pizzagate have been suppressed by our government, and Reddit and Twitter CEOs said people can't even talk about it. So freedom of speech is being completely suppressed on these networks over this issue of Pizzagate. It's very suspicious. Yeah. Like, why are we not allowed to look at this? The highest number of child trafficking abductions in America happen in the DC area, yet that the lowest number of pedophiles have been arrested. That's very strange that we can't talk about it. Hey, 125 years ago, you didn't have to ask permission for the government to collect rainwater, go fishing, own a property, start a business, build a home, get married, hunt, own a weapon, cut hair, sell a product, protest, sell food. You can do virtually nothing without being extorted by government and obtaining their permission first now. If you still think you're free, and you're deluding yourself. You're just a free-range human living on a tax farm. That's right, a free-range human living on a tax farm. Thank you. Is his head exploding? I think that was like, okay. Yeah, so think about that. Yeah, Pizzagate is real. That's the point. And it's a serious discussion we could easily have for hours on end. Pizzagate is nuts. It's for nuts. Bob, that's what you've been led to believe. Anyone who's discussed the word Pizzagate has been led to believe by the mainstream media that you're nuts. But what they're trying to do is not talk about it, because there's so much evidence that there's something there that they don't want anyone to talk about it. It's that simple, Bob. You've been played. I'm sorry to say, buddy. Yeah. Many people who fall into that category of calling anybody a conspiracy theorist as if it's a bad name has been played. I do. I had to cut my own hair recently because of the extensive costs of actually, I've been saving my own hair. I think I'm going to go with a different style right now. Yeah, this isn't working. This is kind of lifeless. I think I'm going to switch sides. This is the Democratic look. I'll go for the Republican look on the second break. Yeah. Thank you. The sex slave scandal that exposed pedophile billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. Right, and here it is. We were just talking about that in the pre-show today. We had the old Epstein thing up and running. Here it is. Da, 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 da. And here it was. Let's take a look at this. This is a guy who's been protected. And obviously Trump won't prosecute this guy. His MO is that he handles a tremendous amount of volume of famous people. Even Hawkins, Stephen Hawkins went there. I don't know if he was a party favor or what. But Stephen Hawkins was a guy who used to hang out at the Orgy Island. There's pictures of him there. But this is a place where there's a supposed temple where they worship dark forces. Oh, it's a weird story. And there's ample photographs to back up and claims by many young women who have been taken in. As many as 60 claim to have been human trafficked. But this guy only got 1 year in jail, and we don't even know where he spent the year in jail. I don't. Probably one of those cush, luxury penthouse suite jails that they have for rich people. But he is so well connected that nobody can get near him. And it turns out our Secretary of Labor, appointed by Donald Trump, was in fact the guy that would have prosecuted him with a stiffer charge, but went light on this guy. And he likes Slavic women. Trump does, really. Like Jeffrey Epstein, yeah. So they have similar tastes. And Trump is on record saying that, Jeffrey likes his young women, kind of like he does. He's on record saying that. So we know that there's a connection, and that's why Trump has been protecting him. And we know that Trump was number one on his call list, too. We found that out from a blacklist that his former butler had acquired, along with other people that were on his blacklist. Yeah. Whew. Lots of people, lots of stories. I could go into depth. We could show you the altar to Baphomet, the evil dark force, but I don't think I need it. Did he ignore you? I don't know. Should he? I've never talked about anything more than I can actually corroborate on the news about Jeffrey Epstein, but I can tell you that he's got that same hairstyle I do, Hey, Jeffrey, look at that. Yeah, I could go with that look too. But if he had something to say, he'd probably talk about it. But he apparently has been hiding under the secrecy of all of his friends. And I don't think anyone's going to really know for sure what happens at Orgy Island because he is so well protected. They say he's Mossad, that he could very well be agents of the Mossad trying to get dirt on popular politicians who may very well be inclined to see 17-year-old women. Many different top personalities have been known to have been with him and with the girls. But we don't really know for sure. And I'm not going to name names because I did it in the pre-show and I made a mistake. I said one person was, I don't really unless there's litigation, I really would rather not talk about it because I think we need to move in the direction of finding out more. But at this point, a lot of allegations about the Pizzagate story still unanswered. All right, so we're done with that segment of the show. On to, we did the liftoff. Yeah, that was fun. We did some things in the pre-show talking about Netanyahu and the extermination of Jewish people and how Netanyahu blamed Muslims. We talked about that in the earlier show. A very important story is that the Holocaust really did happen, and the earth is not flat. We talked about that. We don't take conspiracies that are denying the Holocaust existence or the possibility that the earth is flat. We don't deal with those. Anybody who thinks that is off in la la land and has been led astray by the CIA's manipulation of the media. And there's all kinds of websites out there that are produced to divert your attention, to make it seem like stories about chemtrails are somehow related to reptilians. Well, chemtrails are things we talk about in our show, and we certainly don't want to ignore them, but without any solid proof of reptilians, I cannot align myself with the idea that people from other planets are here visiting us. But ironically, there are government sites related to chemtrails also talking about reptilians. And what that is essentially is misdirection. So instead of talking about something as important as chemicals being dumped on our heads on a daily basis in the skies above us, we're going on websites and seeing a number of people, hit on flat Earth and chemtrails, or reptilians and chemtrails. So that's a pretty interesting, unfortunate reality. Oh, that's why I was in the wrong place. Okay. Chemtrails are real, and if you don't think they exist, you just simply have to look in the skies above you and see this stuff flying above you daily. Here's a chemtrail. We live in a society that ignores this, but bans these plastic straws because they're bad for the earth. I mean, there's a lot of contradictions here. Why are the Democrats so intent on stopping plastic waste? Well, I get that. But yet they won't even acknowledge that chemtrails actually do exist. In fact, the science behind it has been solid for years. Geoengineering methods have been noted in science journals, and people get degrees in this. Yet the government refuses to admit that the canisters are being filled daily and dumped on our heads. These are actual canisters used by one of the places that dump them. It's a U.S. patent number showing the aerial dispersal of materials patent for doing such things, systems and methods. So they have absolutely been dumping chemicals on our heads. That's something we can't ignore, yet the Democrats, Republicans continue to ignore. So we've got a lot of things we are seeing ignored in our culture. That awkward moment when you realize the forest fires forgot to burn the forest. Yeah, this is recently in California. Complete dialed in burning of all the houses, but somehow the trees didn't get burned in the wind fire. How is that possible? Well, maybe it was like a cyclone that landed, and it landed on the... Yeah. More than likely, these were directed energy weapons used against the people of California. And I think an investigation is in order. I can't believe they aren't investigating it. We know these pictures were taken over California. This is, again, weather engineering, just like chemtrails. In fact, they say that these areas were laden with barium heavily prior to the burn, which is an accelerant. Barium and aluminum can accelerate fires rapidly. Here's two different angles of the same directed energy weapon. So they don't want us to talk about this. It's like hush hush. Yeah. Oh yeah. We can't talk about this. Don't mention anything. This is conspiracy stuff. We don't want to talk about it. Yeah. We can't talk about directed energy weapons. Yeah. So, even from jail, Virginia Roberts was working at Mar-a-Lago when she was recruited to be a masseuse in Palm Beach for, guess what? Palm Beach hedge fund manager Jeffrey Epstein. She was lured into a life of depravity. This young woman was. This is Miami Herald featuring the story. She was lured into a life of depravity and sexual abuse. I've got a video here. Let me see. 6 minutes I can play tonight. Okay, it's going to be graphic content. I'll have to look at it later. All right. Thank you for that link. Very good. So Bob is still terrorizing our rooms with his republicanism? What are you selling, a computer? And why? Lila Fries is that's your computer? Oh, it's a compact from 2003 running Vista. I can tell just by the looks of it. Why are you having such a hard time letting that computer go? I mean, get a new one. What are they, $200 at Walmart? I don't understand. What the hell? She's like clinging to her 2003 computer. Well, you are very much trying to reuse, and reusing is very good for the environment. No, I don't want your lawnmower. It's gory. Well, I better not look at it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I want to look at that. I'll have to look at that privately. You have a laptop on a fan permanently, or else it completely shuts down. It's 2006 compact. Oh, I thought it was the 03, right? Okay, so no, you can't donate anything here except PayPal money. And I guess I take Bitcoin still over at David Sponheim, but I haven't retrieved any Bitcoins from them. China only puts you in prison camp for your own good. Oh yeah, China has a prison camp, Gunter. Yeah, there you go. They have a city dedicated to re-education. So if you were in China and you were talking about directed energy weapons, you'd be hauled into the local re-education camp. The Dow Jones had a big tank day today, dropped 208 points on more volatility. News that, Trump isn't probably going to come up with an answer to the dilemma of the wall funding has kind of shocked the stock market yet again. But there was an upturn at the end. Like down, look at the drop. Woo, 200-point drop. Like, let's all just lose 200 points and earn our way back up to this point. That was actually a 300-point drop. Nearly a 300-point drop and then up to minus 208. Landing at 24,528. With a positive flow for tomorrow. That's good. Good luck. Good luck, investors. I don't invest. I don't believe in it. Nobody stole anything. Don't ever show up in this location. If so, you will be unkindly dealt with a restraining order, which will leave you in a position where you won't get work. Restraining orders sometimes prevent people from getting a job. And now you're showing more pictures of computers. And why? And who cares? Most people just go to Walmart and get a computer for $300. I mean, what's your problem? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You can recycle your computer, take it to Best Buy, they'll take it. All right, millions of Americans flood into Mexico for health care. I heard a lot of people are getting better deals on health care down in Duarte or Juarez. Yeah. How do I get rid of this? No, I don't want to learn more. I just want to get rid of it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Whoa. These are all the Americans going down to the border for health care? Oh, man. That's a lot of Americans, man. That's a lot of dental work jobs. I mean, you can get a denture pack down there for less than, $800, whereas it's minimum of $2,000 for dentures in America. That's right. U.S.-Mexican border crossing at Tijuana. The U.S.'s dental refugees flock to Mexico in thousands every day seeking affordable care. And they're dialed in. This is a good business for the Mexican dentists. And there's nothing wrong with it. It helps trade. It's all good. Just a hassle to go down there. And then don't bring your wife, because if she's stuck, at a bar nearby, she may not be, you'll ever seen again. No, none of us suffer from anything related to that. You have been removed. Nope, you can't talk about that. Don't talk about anybody in the room related to Hopper. Thanks. We were trolled by a guy who violated the Stolen Valor Act at a time when we couldn't get Obama to prosecute. We were attacked by a guy who did that. I don't really care about teeth. I've got press-on veneers, so. I have a nice smile otherwise, but this is better. Yeah, press-on veneers really are the solution to all your problems. Dentures really are a waste of your time. You people suffer from Mountain Dew-itis out there in Appalachia. You can get press-on veneers like this and look like me. I'm exposing the Zionist Trump and the Zionist Clinton. Thank you for watching me. I'm not an apology person regarding everything Israel does. I want everyone to know that we have to approach this objectively, especially if we're going to broker peace with Iran and Israel at the same time. It's going to take a very tactful politician, very careful about how we craft our relations with these two countries. And I don't expect a meeting of the minds like Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin under the Camp David Accord with Al-Jabir. That didn't really, it changed the tone, and I respect Carter for doing that, but it when Sadat was killed and Begin was killed, yeah, it's bad news. We don't have to push it. You know, what I'm saying is, just like with integration in America, we don't have to force bus people. That's not how things get done. Things get done naturally with humans. It happens naturally. It can't be immediately forced upon them. Anytime you force things upon people and they aren't given their free choice and individual powers to choose, it usually amounts to an overreaching government, which becomes a centralized government, which inevitably fails because it has no communication with the people that it's governing. That happened to the Soviet Union. It could very well be happening in the European Union at any given time. It even happens in America. I'm concerned about a lot of things, yeah. Let's move on because I'm staring at Jeffrey Epstein's face and it's kind of bothering me. Pelosi, State of the Union message in the House. Again, Pelosi should give Donald his money. Donald graciously gave Pelosi another 15 to 20 days to get her act together. That's how I see this. We're buying time right now while Pelosi refuses to acknowledge the need for a fence along the border with Mexico. It's ridiculous. And ironically, the vast majority of the American people are still on the fence on this issue. No, it's still not in the picture. Let me put it behind me. That might be the best place for it. There we go. Hey, out of sight, out of mind, right? Yeah. So that's a big problem. We talk about YouTube censoring people, still going on, and it's worse now than ever. And we don't have any oversight or an ombudsman group to respond to this woman who simply has decided that she's the arbiter of what is free speech. Juniper Downs, global head of public policy and government relations at YouTube Inc. Wow. Public policy, as in we'll never talk to anybody who questions. I've got numerous disputes ignored by YouTube. She speaks to Congress on social media filtering practices on July 17, 2018 from this photograph. Last Friday, YouTube tweaked one of their algorithms that made headlines because, well, I don't want to get into the story. It's just some guy's opinion. But it's just not their right to filter the news. And claiming everything's fake news is ridiculous. Yeah, there's lots of news that haven't been deemed fake by any one entity. Therefore, who's to decide what's true and not? You are, the viewer. Why wouldn't everyone be exposed to whatever they want to determine is true or fake? And how are they to determine if things really do happen? Again, we haven't seen any solid evidence of a shooting today. Two of the shooters were killed. And allegedly 5 police officers. Remember, this same thing happened in Houston where 7 cops were killed about 5 years ago. Or was it Dallas? I think it was Dallas. Now it's Houston. Same kind of thing where the cops died. Maybe they all got severance packages and went into witness protection. The 2 suspects are dead. Well, dead people don't go to trial. Tom Rogoff put his foot in his mouth. What did he say? I'm not Tom Brokaw. I was like that. Yeah, you decide what is right, what is not. Why do you kick me when I tell things that parachutes on planes is not an original idea? I never kicked you for that, but if it is what I kicked you for, the idea of parachutes on planes have never been implemented, except on prop jobs. That was my point. And I'm merely the one saying the most obvious thing. Why aren't we putting parachutes on planes, period? Jets, especially. Yeah, I'm just responding to you. But we don't need to talk about that. I mean, I'm just trying to save millions of lives around the world. You can go ahead and believe parachutes won't work on a plane when logic tells you they will. We can have that discussion all night long if you want. 5 Houston police officers shot while serving a narcotics warrant. 2 suspects killed. Okay. Well, on face value, I'm sorry for the tragedy, and I'm very sorry for the loss of their life. No, nothing goes too fast to not be stopped, or to be not stopped by a parachute. No. Do you realize that they have calculated that 21 parachutes will stop a 747 to the point where it won't kill people on board? Deploying 21 regular parachutes at no more than $2,000 a parachute. That means that for $50,000 we could save lives on jets. Yet we're too stupid or cheap to install them in jets across the globe. No, okay, it would be a huge parachute. Then make it a huge parachute, Johnson. We have mass textile industries that could produce, huge textile industries that could produce these parachutes. What's stopping us? No, what's stopping us is they don't care about the people that crash in planes. And sometimes, MH370, for instance, a plane goes down and they don't even know where it went. Okay, we're tracking the storm over the Louisiana, Houston area. Yeah, it's coming over Houston right now. Breaking, 4 police officers serving narcotics warrants. Let's see if there's any photographs here. Struck with gunfire at 7800 Harding Street. Okay. All right, well, we're hoping to see some photographs and possibly some death certificates of the decedents. Yeah, that would be great to confirm whether it's true or not. Yeah, that's the problem with conspiracy theories. Once you open the door, Pandora's box, to the idea that maybe they're lying to you for a reason, then you ask, well, why would they be lying to us? Well, why would they be fumigating us, for that matter? They aren't geoengineering, they are fumigating us. There you go. Well, they have a goal to get rid of our guns, to get rid of our weapons. Anybody who's got a weapon, get rid of it. No, you keep it, but they want to get rid of it. They want to make you weaponless so that you'll be like the Jews who were carted off to the death camps in Auschwitz and Treblinka and Dachau. They are simply implementing the Nazi plan. If they have to geoengineer the skies above us and fumigate us, they will do it. If they have to do a pandemic, instigate an unknown genetic strain of Ebola, they will do it. They are all powerful. When the Nazis obviously didn't leave the earth. We got rid of the Germans. No, I'm not an agent. We got rid of the Germans. Go away. Thank you. But we didn't stop the Nazis. And they embedded in our country. The CIA has been in Venezuela for decades. That's right. 30,000 feet. There'd be plenty of oxygen to breathe. Onboard oxygen to drop down and give you enough time to float to the lower altitudes. Yeah. You want to deploy that parachute as soon as you can. I would instruct the jet pilots to deploy it at a high altitude. And we'd make sure the oxygen would last until you got to breathable distances. Probably 12,000 feet. I never said the Holocaust didn't happen. I said it did happen. I don't know the number, though. I mean, you could argue 1 million, 7 million. I'm not sure, but I can tell you it's possible. Do we have an op in here. Yeah, I guess Scissor Fight was asleep at the switch on that one. That's okay. Hey, I'm glad you guys are chatting over at iVlog. At least we get people in here now. We're building up an audience that's taking forever. Well, iVlog has always been difficult, problematic. Not a lot of people on iVlog, but we really want the network to grow. But if you happen to be one of those people who, think you're living in nature and gosh darn it, everything's beautiful, and you don't want to think that the chemtrails are being dumped on your head and you're being fumigated, well, guess what? You are in the Matrix. And I am your captain and chauffeur as you travel through the digital plane of artificial intelligence. Welcome to the Matrix. Hi, welcome to the Matrix. I'm here to be your friend, online friend. Hi, I'm Dave. What's your job? Well, I'm everyone's online friend. That'd be great, online friend. I'll put that on my card. There is no poop in the Matrix, Victory. We are not useless eaters in the Matrix. We are simply ethereal beings, thinkers, programmers, coders, the next generation of future people. You can join the Matrix now, simply by being on our show and watching me talk. I do have many viewers. Why are you asking? Why? What do you mean you thought? What changed your mind? You don't believe that we have 1.5 billion viewers per cast? We look alike, Dr. Mentos? Really? That's nice. I'm glad you feel that way. Well, I'm not trying to be different. I'm just trying to fit in the Matrix. I too have important thoughts. I am trying to change my persona and perspective to align to your thinking. Hello, welcome to the Matrix. These ears are rather large. I feel unusual in this android image. You prefer Keanu Reeves? Well, why? I look like Keanu Reeves, don't I? I should change my persona. Perhaps I could be like Mr. Smith of the Matrix. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. You will never be Mr. Anderson because you are Neo, Mr. Anderson. Hey, no, you're Mr. Right, Mr. David.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Hello, thank you for coming to my show. I've got this conspiracy theory I'm concocting where I'm actually a robot. People believe it. Yeah, I'm just trying to get more, press time, since I've had none. Hey, do you mind the images stopping? Thanks, Dave. I mean, it's a little bit distracting. All right, there you go. All right, we're up and running, everybody. We're here at the fake White House exterior, talking about news generally not talked about in the mainstream media every night. Every single night. That's what we do, except Sundays. I take a day of rest. I had a nice day of rest yesterday. It was fun. Yes. You got to have a day of rest, but then you start thinking about life, problems, life in general. Yeah, that's the problem with a day of rest. But the constant show keeps your mind off of life. So, but it's good to self-reflect, I think. Yeah, we can divert our attention throughout our whole life. That's one way to cope with life's problems, diverting your attention. In case you didn't know, that's a very good coping mechanism. But eventually you run into this world of denial where everyone says, man, why are you doing this? Well, you got to face up to reality sometimes. Diverting your attention doesn't always work. Wherever you go, there you are. You've heard that expression, right? You're moving to Finland? Really? Wow. Well, you'll be in Finland. It'll be you, Gunter Spitzen, in Finland, because you like snow. A polar vortex is going to grip the Midwest with most extreme cold in a generation. Yeah, here it is, polar vortex coming. Gripping the Midwest. Let's listen in. Go ahead, sir.
Nightmare for us parents between school cancellations and trying to get things shoveled and getting to work on time, and that's been a big challenge.
Actually, it hasn't been too bad. Most of January and December weren't too bad. It's just this last couple weeks that have been a little sketchy.
Well, stay inside.
It's been,
one of the things you can get is one of these corn husk cookers out in the Midwest. Have you heard of those? They make heaters that burn corn for heat. It's got to be one of the best inventions, I think. Corn stoves. Yeah. Burning shelled corn as heating fuel. Table of contents. Apparently it's here's a hands-on heating fuel that you can use. I wonder how hard it would be to adapt a stove to do this, Well, apparently you can find out at omafra.gov. It requires daily attention, removing the clinker residue and delivering fuel to the unit. Yeah, so they make these things that take corn, actually, so what a better use of GMO corn. Seriously, so as much as I love organic corn, I would consider, maintaining our current GMO fields just to use corn heating, because it's a lot more environmentally safe for America. Yeah, oil and coal is not as safe, and this is a renewable resource. So I'm actually in favor of making lower cost heating units like that, even if the government has to participate. Okay, you're an online intellectual. You think this very chat room's host is proof that online and intellectual are almost mutually inclusive. Thank you. Thanks for complimenting me that way. Appreciate it. And I don't know many people who could compliment so well. You do a good job. Well, no, it's not. Heating your home with a tea leaf, or a tea candle rather, is actually totally doable. It's within the scope of reality. They use clay pots. Yeah, in fact, I met a guy online who comes in here, Jacket Pockets. And Jacket Pockets lived in his car for a couple of years. And he was very vocal about this last week. And now he's living in a nice apartment. He has a beautiful view. You had your chance at the Mr. Right show. You could have taken your hit then. Jacket Pockets himself has, he said he used the candle method. It worked in his car. Great. You can do it in a car, but you got to have a window open and have a very stable platform in which you can do it on. And you can't exactly get near it and kick it while you're sleeping. That could be a Mr. Burned upholstery guy. But yeah, I've got a photograph of a very good environmentally sound solution. Let's see if I can bring it up. The candle guy. Yeah, I think this is monetized, so I can't really play it for you. But yeah, he made it in England, and he showed people how to do it with candles. Let me see if I can just get a picture of his candle assembly. I'm looking through my files. Here it is, heating your home office for 8 pence a day.
This is a little room heater that'll heat your room. I live in a small office, if I work in a small office, and this will heat the place for 8 pence a day. And the first big CRT monitor the room up. You'd be amazed. I mean, it's not a massive room. The room up. You'd be amazed. I mean, which doesn't get massively hot. It doesn't get warm, but what you get is
Okay, so what he's done is he's taken a smaller one and inside, and he put it on and another one on top of it, and he nested them, and they breathe into each other, and they have enough oxygen, and they do warm up, and they're pretty dang hot. It's very ingenious, and you use votive candles to do it. So you have to go to the Vatican to get them. That's the expensive part, is going to the Vatican and begging the Pope to give you some, especially if you're, angry at the Pope for not criticizing the pedophiles at the church. Then it would be hard to get those votive candles. But if you're willing to get unblessed votive candles, you can get them at your local, Walmart, I believe they sell them. Tea light candles, yeah. I bet, man. Wisconsin is freezing right now. Jackson is in the middle of a snowstorm. It's coming down hard. You guys are going into frigid land, 40 below. Dr. Mentos, you look just like me. Dr. Mentos came in the show, and he says he looks just like me. Let's match our faces. We do there's a striking similarity. If I looked like you, I think we could be, yeah, see? Very similar. Look at that. Yep. And you wear a beard. See? That's pretty cool. Well, we're not that far intellectually either. You're a pretty high-level intellect. I can see that. I can measure it by your forehead, which is similar than mine. Yep, see? You need to get those press-on veneers. Your day will change. These things are like $600. I think you can get them down to $400. But you'll have a smile when you do. I think they sell them for less than that. Oh, I know. Yeah. Totally normal. Don't worry about it. You'll feel better when you have them. I'm serious. It's okay. Dr. Mentos does look like me. I felt immediately better about smiling. I remember my father, he had yellow teeth like I have. And I have a normal smile underneath my teeth. But, yeah, it happens. Yeah. Well, that's what drinking Dr. whatever. I know you got good lowers. That's good. I know. I could use some lowers. I got pretty crappy lowers. You're right. See, I'm reading his mind. Or at least he's communicating with his hands. Men's hairstyles. There I go. I think I'm right out of that era right now. I'm going to try a Republican hairstyle coming up, but right now it's a Democratic hairstyle. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of like what I have. Thanks for sharing. I know. Well, I'm going to the other side. When I get back, I'll have a flip. I'm ambipartious. Like ambidextrous, I can ambidextrously part my hair. Well, Bingy, don't worry about it. Trump tried to do my hairstyle last week and it failed. I know. It was difficult for him to pull it off. His people are working on it. They've got an entire study of my hairstyle to try to duplicate it. Here we go. Hillary Clinton tells friends.
Inside Politics Table, ask our great reporters to share a little something from their notebooks. Help get you out ahead of the big political news just around the corner. Rachel?
So fresh off their shutdown victory, House Democrats just a couple of hours later were already pivoting to the next major battle with the president, and that is oversight on the Russia investigation. Just a few hours after she signed a bill, Nancy Pelosi, to reopen the government and send this bill to the White House on Friday, she issued a statement basically saying this new Roger Stone indictment was basically proof that there was a deliberate, coordinated attempt by top Trump officials to influence the 2016 election. Now, we know Pelosi has been very careful in the language she uses when it comes to Russia. And since the election, she's talked a lot about bipartisan bills, and that has totally evaporated and is being replaced by a more aggressive tone. She's also scheduled a conference on Tuesday, a closed-door meeting with House Democrats, and they're going to get a full update on Mueller's investigation and where they think it is. Of course, they don't know for sure, and where they're going to go in their own oversight. So onward.
There was some serious edge in that statement. Jeff?
Yeah, that would be nice, yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton wants to run for president. Yeah. Hillary Clinton may not be ready to give up the Oval Office dreams, according to Jeff Zeleny. Clinton is telling people that she's not closing the door to the idea of running in 2020. Well, Hillary Clinton may very well be cloned already, so don't put that past you. Cloning was developed 20 years ago. They cloned a sheep. They could easily clone a human. I can present right now proof that Hillary Clinton is, in fact, been cloned. Irrefutable evidence. I know it's hard to imagine anything so conclusive, but I think I can put the conspiracy theory to rest right here, right now. Now, remember when Hillary had her major foul up where she collapsed virtually into a limousine the day of a 9/11 tribute? Well, 2 hours later, she came out of Chelsea's apartment, which happens to be an ex-clinic, by the way, in New York, a retired clinic, so it's got a lot of rooms in it. But she came out of Chelsea's apartment with this look right here. See this? You probably remember it. She smiled at everybody right here. Yeah. This is, in fact, the clone of Hillary Clinton. Now, we took her hand and analyzed it compared to the hand that she had previously in the 2016 election in Iowa, zoomed in on her hand here and placed them side by side. Okay, zooming in. Get close. There we go. Nice and close. Get a good picture there. Now I'm going to show you how these hands are almost identical. Yet one hand is smaller than the other. The hand on the right is smaller. The hand on the right has this unusual marking here, whereas the hand on the left has this one right here. But you can see how the lines of the palm print are almost identical right in here. You can see how the Y forms. I'm just hacking right here with my mouse. I can't really get it exact. But even this line is duplicated, this one over here. Yeah, there's even a cross-hatching that goes down here. This is not common for people to have the same foot handprints. It's almost impossible. So the likelihood of a clone with smaller fingers is very real. And she was also thinner in the picture. So to miraculously get better for the campaign, she somehow came out of Chelsea's apartment, which I said was... Well, I'm going to go the other direction to show you the difference between left and right. It's a centrist hairdo. It's designed to give you a sense of centrism in America. Yeah. So I go left and right on many issues. So this is my theme here. Centrist politics. America's third party. Yeah. I am still David Sponheim. I haven't changed. I'm the same person in the picture. I've been doing this for about 10 years, so it's not exactly a shock to see me come and go with different looks, but yeah, see, it's definitely me. But I've been doing this since 2008 when I saw Barack Obama become the New World Order puppet and step in the Democratic Party and turn the Democrats into just, a mouthpiece for global elitists. And as a former Democrat, I was pissed off. I still am. No, I'm not cloned. But you can see I took pictures of myself in 2008. During that same time period, you can see how I haven't changed much.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54 I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
So I haven't changed much. You know, they're doing 10-year retro things now, before and after. I think I would look pretty good in a 10-year retro thing. Yeah, Brian Seacrest was doing one the other day. I saw he did pretty well too. I know, I look the same, so I haven't really changed much. I look younger now, it's true. So the goal here is to keep moving forward with gusto and keep trying to push for a third party against all odds. But we really have a uniting to do in America, in the center of the political spectrum. We can't avoid it. It's going to happen whether you like it or not. I mean, the American people are waiting for this centrist movement to start. We are not able to do it effectively because we are, number one, we're being dumbed down. I do have that Honda still, yeah. We're being dumbed down. We're being sprayed with chemicals in the air. Believe it or not, that affects our thinking ability. We know for a fact they dump lithium in the air. It's a very significant fact that we shouldn't, in any way forget. Even NASA officials have verified that they dump lithium in the air. That's serious when NASA admits it. Why would they dump lithium in the air? It's a class D birth defect in women. It can seriously alter pregnancies. Well, they found out it mellows people out so that people don't want to say anything. They don't want to, think of anything. They don't want to get angry. Here's a guy who is off of his lithium this day.
So I'm staying with a friend, and I look out her beautiful window, and I go, "Oh, that's great. Nice chemtrails. Oh, I don't want to hear that today." And then within like a span of 2 minutes, they wanted to go have a breakfast at this place because it was all organic. The eggs were organic. Everything was organic. Except your sky. Your sky's not organic. You're worried about what you're putting in your fucking body. Well, I'm worried about what I'm fucking breathing.
Exactly. I'll play that later tonight. That's a really great monologue this guy does outside of Chicago, standing in front of a bunch of chemtrails. And he's awesome, man. I really like that. I'll play that for you later. But your friend's dad took lithium and he gained 30 pounds? Wow. That's a trip. Yeah, well, the thing is, border security is important. I got to tell you, the fact that Trump is really liking the idea I came up with, 1,000-mile fence, and called it a wall and said it's going to make a wall. I'm okay with that. I'm even okay with Trump finishing off his term if we cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he's working for the Russians. But my biggest suspicion is he is working for the Russians, and we have a serious national security issue that our government should be on top of right now. And Dr. Mentos, you just changed into a different person on camera. I don't know what happened. Yeah, it was like a different person there. But anyway, yeah, we watch all the specifics. Dealing with directed energy weapons is just one of the many things we take on in our show. This is America's Third Party on a many different platform level. We talk about the dangers of genetically modified food, the dangers of vaccine, forced vaccinations. I support the idea that vaccinations might help people. No question about it with smallpox and polio, but forced vaccinations have never been proven to be working with flu viruses. It's very suspicious what they're doing there. So I don't support forced vaccinations in our country. Okay, I'm just clearing things up right here. Thank you. All right, back at you. Asking for a friend. A friend said, this is true. A friend said, nice. Well, it's nice that you have friends. You look like crap every day you get older. Yeah, you know. Well, I know whenever we get really old, we start to say that we're looking younger. I know it's a common expression for people to say that. Yeah. So let's play a little bit of NASA scientists confirming the lithium in the sky. Well, let's be clear. It's always eluding me every time I look for it. Oh, really? Here we go.
Aaron Dykes here for True Stream Media. Now, a while back, we did a video called Chemtrails, Watch This, Then Try to Deny It, and not only had compelling footage that we shot of persistent aerosols in the sky as we saw them, but all kinds of background info about the policy discussions, the experimentation, and the plans that they have for geoengineering the planet. Now,
all right, let me just take a look at this. Yeah, this is the wrong one. You trying cannabinoid oil and never felt better? Good for you. Yeah, I drink, I put 3 drops of CBD oil in my cereal in the morning. I do a kind of regime when I eat organic oatmeal. Not every day, but when I can. Organic oatmeal, and I add a lot of ingredients that are full of bioactive ingredients that help, digestion. And I also add a olive leaf extract, which Sarah told me about originally. It works really well. Yeah, it's a very positive thing that kind of helps your body fight illnesses, and olive leaf extract. Yeah. Yeah, that's just inexcusable. Yeah, I have a file system that sometimes it gets mixed up between alphabetical and not so alphabetical. Hey, here's something that's really shocking. They spray you when you're on board planes. Check this out.
Be 8 hours. For the benefit of our adjoining passengers, once again, we will be screening the safety hours. For the benefit of our adjoining passengers, once again, we will be...
Isn't it amazing? They're actually fumigating people when you're on board a plane. Yeah. They don't filter the air in the planes, by the way. That's kind of strange, don't you think? Yeah. Very bizarre. It would be better if we could, see major changes where this stuff really would, happen. We'd have people cleaning the air that we breathe. And, filtration would be great. Try this one.
Yeah, it's very important we communicate what we're doing to the public. We're very interested in making sure everyone knows what we're doing. We're not, we're a civilian space agency dedicated to science and research and so on. So we're very, very keen to make sure that the taxpayers know what we're doing and everything. So,
well, when the article came out in the major newspapers, including the Huffington Post, there was no mention of lithium. Not one. Not one mention of lithium. Until I heard the recording of the actual, I listened to it. I listened to the rockets go off. I had no idea there was going to be a lithium dispersed until I heard payload, lithium dispersed.
Right, there was lithium dispersed, and I'll be happy to talk to you about it. I think you might be under some misconceptions about what we're doing, but I'm happy to tell you any details that you need.
Well, I know that it says in your article that you're doing it for communications.
Okay, I'm happy to talk to you more about it. There are many reasons we're doing it.
Okay.
We don't understand how the wind in the upper atmosphere moves.
Mm-hmm.
In these chemtrails, there's different kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know. Different trails at night we use and different trails during the day. The wind blows them around. They glow either on their own or from scattered sunlight. We take pictures and we can see how the wind trail moves around.
Thanks for telling us. Yeah, we probably all knew that we were being sprayed with lithium. Yeah, thanks. So NASA has confirmed we are being sprayed with lithium, along with other chemtrails. And they're even activating these things with nanoparticles. They give them positive, negative charges. They can track them in the air with the positive, negative charges. I mean, there's a science behind this. Plus, the possibility they're fumigating us to dumb us down, to control us, is another fact. And Ghost just said they're going to transform our planet into something we can't survive on. The plants will go first. The humans will eat all of the animals. Exactly. So if this was a long-term plan to destroy the planet, some element in humankind has decided it's better to do it quicker than slower. Somebody really rich wants to see it happen in their lifetime. No, it looks like he sounds full of crap, but yeah, they're doing wind studies at NASA using lithium. I believe him. I believed he was telling the truth too. And he didn't even realize that he was spilling the beans on NASA. He actually thought it was common knowledge that everybody's being sprayed. That's how the ivory tower will protect these people. Or they sign a non-disclosure agreement saying they can't talk about it, and then they can't talk about it. That man cannot be reached anymore. We've tried to reach him at the Space Center. He cannot be reached. Nobody can email him. What happened to him, who knows? Same with the guy he referred her to. Very strange, weird story out there. Okay, alert, a YouTube journalist is in serious danger. Let's take a look. We're tracking the Scissor Fight, just got the...
In this hostile climate of Orwellian uncertainty, the phrase united we stand, divided we fall has hardly carried with it more meaning. People have no idea how close we are to losing every freedom former generations have fought and died for, as the psychopaths in Washington, the control freaks in Silicon Valley, and the agenda-driven Operation Mockingbird yellow journalists of fake stream media continue to assault and insult the sensibilities of normal people who just want to raise and provide for their families and make a positive impact on this world. A couple days ago, it was reported that somebody supposedly set fire to Comet Ping Pong. That's the pizza place in Washington, D.C., owned by James Alefantis. This is basically the epicenter for all the Pizzagate stories allegedly involving John Podesta from the Hillary Clinton campaign. News articles appearing in mainstream media are plastering this guy's face all over the internet as the suspect of this fire. And Adam Green from the YouTube channel No More News was just publicly accused of being that suspect. Guys, this is a serious allegation for obvious reasons.
Wow, yeah, see, Adam Green has been exposing the shillery of Alex Jones, and he's been getting a lot of playtime, and now they're putting his face in that fire. Wow, that's really amazing, because we were just talking about that. I was talking to one of the viewers 2 days ago that Adam Green was either, being labeled as a shill, or could be a shill, or maybe he's just being pulled out of the equation by implicating him in this attack on, or maybe he's just a shill that would be part of the plan to implicate somebody. They're trying to take any opposition and make it look irrelevant to Pizzagate. Any opposition to what is theoretically pedophiles in Washington, D.C., not actually revealing the truth about the pedophile network in Washington, D.C., any opposition who's revealing the truth automatically is kicked off the internet. Twitter and Reddit both outlawed the word Pizzagate on their sites. Pretty messed up. I use a Honda two-stroke lawnmower, which has low and high speed. It's the most industrially equipped lawnmower ever made. It has a drive shaft as well. It's bulletproof. It's got the quick start lawnmower. And I'm not going to use it unless I have to. That's my go-to solution if I have no lawnmower. I have a battery-operated Ryobi that I prefer. And the Ryobi batteries, the lithium-ion batteries, last about 25 uses, 35 uses. And that's the problem. They cost $100. So I really would rather not go through batteries, that often. I wish they'd make better lithium-ion batteries. But I prefer mowing with a battery-operated lawnmower. It's a lot more easy on the lungs, I don't like polluting with the Honda two-stroke. So we'll bring up that video at 7 minutes tonight. Got that certainly to go in the hopper. All right. I think we're on to the... last night we were playing a very good video about the Zionist control over our country, God's chosen people, and was really, really very informative. And we certainly welcome, watching more of that later tonight. So we got one more hour, I think, left to it. Today, the U.S. Treasury is set to borrow $1 trillion for a second year to finance the deficit that Donald Trump has created. Now, remember, I've been talking about him being over budget by $500 billion. Okay, I'll link it to you, sure. Yeah, this is if you want to watch the whole video, it's really good. Here it is. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, the Treasury is set to borrow a second year. This is 2 years in a row Donald Trump is $1 trillion over budget. $1 trillion. This is a typical overspender. Trump is literally doubling his spending over numbers. Actually, I would say 30% more than Obama, whereas Obama was more than double what George W. Bush was. Obama was doubling the cost of our government over George W. Bush. And George W. Bush was spending quite a bit, but we're just in an astronomical spending land right now. Look at this. The borrowing that jumped. We're definitely not telling a good sign to our future generations that we're sustainable. This is a classic sign of a massive jump. Look at this. When Obama took over, spending was pretty much under control until around 2008, and then boom, way up there. Look at this. It plateaued. He was way up there for about 8 years. Then now Trump is on another spending increase. We just keep jacking up our spending with the two parties that they continue to overspend. Periscope link is right here. Yep. I'm restarting it. Your parents are getting quite old and fragile. I don't know how much longer they'll be able to take care of me. Wow, guess 415. Well, maybe your next best option really is to start looking for a place like a piece of property that you can live in. Do you have any areas you'd like to move to? Have you thought about, would you like to go to a recreational marijuana state like Michigan? Yeah, well, maybe your parents can, help you out with, financing a $10,000 house before they're dead. Yeah, I know you're unemployed. I'm going to give you a solution to your problems. All right? Move to Detroit. Yeah, as soon as they die, move to a place that you buy right now. Right now, these are houses for $7,500. But I'm going to show you the map. These are all the houses in Detroit in outlying areas that are $10,000 right now. Look at this little beauty for $9,000. Now you'll be able to grow up to 12 plants. I know you live in Detroit. That's why I'm trying to help you here. You can grow up to 9,000 plants. Excuse me, up to 12 plants for $9,000 for a home, yeah. It's got some interior work. The thing about these houses, they're really well made. No, they're not that run down, no. This is decent. And the brick exterior is awesome. Let's take a look at the street view. Yeah, it's a little cleaning, vacuuming, remove the cracked pipes. Everything will be good. But look at the ceiling's not falling apart. It's still solid. It still holds water or prevents water from coming in. The tiles, the typical subway tile bathrooms are all pretty good shape. I'm telling you, you're getting value for $9,000. Yeah. Let's take a look at the street view. That's always fun. How about a new one for $20,000? Oh, this is $10,000. Okay. Look at that guy. Wow, $10,000 gets you this house in Detroit. That's not bad. Well, peeling, yeah. Well, that floor could be made to look new, I'll bet, with some polish. Yeah, but you can definitely get value. So let me give you the link. Here you go. Look around. Yeah, they are pretty nice. The bones of these houses are awesome. Check it out, guys. Go to Zillow, buy in Detroit, and they're going to allow 12 pot plants per year in Michigan. What? I'm sorry, what world are you living in? You want everything to be nice? You got to pay for nice. What do you mean it's not an option for you? You mean you can't scrape together $7,500? Why? What's wrong with you? Can't you sell on eBay or something? Don't your parents have some old goodies that you want to get rid of, and they want to, you know, they're nearly dead, so. Well, yeah, it is a good solution. Thank you. Zillow links. Well, I'm trying to, home costs go far beyond sale price. Not true. No. Nope. These are ready to go. They're prepackaged. This house could be yours. Let me find you a nice one. Hang on. Here, this is $6,000. This is perfect for you. Yeah, this has your name written all over it. It's like, hey, buddy, come live in the crack house. This is not a crack house. This is a nice house. Just have to fix it up. Well, let's be clear. This is $6,000. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's in a nice neighborhood. The street's got a little bit of road work to do, but this is not a bad neighborhood. This is Detroit, people. Come on. You guys all think that Detroit is all about drugs and gang violence. It's all BS, man. You all be fed up a bunch of crap. You realize what a nice house is gentrify this entire community. You don't live with your parent. You're not allowed to come in here and be different. A road named Chicago. Yeah, they live on Chicago Road in Detroit. All right, apparently you don't want to buy a house for $6,000. I get it. You'd rather live at your mom's house and wonder what your future's like. All right. You don't need a VA loan for a $6,000 house. Who would use a VA loan for a $6,000 house? That's rated up to $200,000. Okay, where do you want to live? And where do you want to spend $200,000? Let me show you a house you can get for $200,000 on your VA loan. Destination, South Carolina. All right. We're going to do up to $200,000 with a minimum of $175,000. All right. Now you want to look at nice houses. Okay. I get you. Okay, we'll go to South Carolina and take a look. Charlotte. This is not a Conspiracy Monday show where we talk about, conspiracies per se. This is a homeowner bonanza for people. This beautiful $185,000 house. It is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Beautiful street view. Big rooms, broad open spaces, kitchens with quartz countertops. Your best value at $200,000 is South Carolina. Look at that, with a beautiful back end, a greenhouse room, and a nice view. Wow, that is sweet. Well, let's be clear. And you're living in a neighborhood that has other houses just like that. And look at the road there. That's the way you're supposed to see a paved road. You can always tell a house by the road. All right, so there you have it. You don't think that's worth $200,000? You got to find what $200,000 will buy you in L.A., California. Yeah, let's look at Los Angeles, California, the city. My name's Friday. I'm a cop. Los Angeles, California. Let's see if there's anything available in this price range. No, 1.5 million. This is a lot for 61,000. You get a lot for 61,000. Let's see if there's anything in our price range. We'll cap it at 200. 1+ bed. Started at 0. Light it up. Go to the map. Apparently there's so many houses that won't even presume. Okay, 380,000 for this house. I gotta zoom out. Holy moly, there's nothing. We've got a house over here, Angels Camp, for 150,000. There you go. That's all you're gonna get for 150,000 in LA. Wow, that's not bad. Whoa, jeez, look at this. I think I found your house, Misanthropy. That is really sweet. Low profile, lots of rooms, big garage. That's luxury condo living at its best, man. Yeah. You want the link? That's 150,000. That is pretty decent. Let me give you the link. This poor guy can't find a place to, settle down. There you go. Jeez. This one's 159,000. It's a fixer-upper. Yeah, look at the old paneling. Oh my God, it's trash. The other one was way decent for the price. But that has a cool back patio. You could have a lot of parties there. Check out this patio. Yeah, that's pretty nice. That's a big smoker, man. He put a lot of brickwork into that. The houses in California are great. I lived in LA for 35 years. I wouldn't get into a foreclosure because, for one, you're going to be playing with the bank, and yeah, it's true. The closing fees will kill you. Unless you can, bid on it. If you want to get into a bidding foreclosure war, yeah, good luck. Scissorfight says at the 42-second mark, you can see on the left a good example of a contrail and a chemtrail together. Okay, let's check it out. Thanks, Scissorfight. Whoa. Oh yeah, see a contrail right there, see it? Wow, that's a good example right there. Yeah, right in the corner of the screen, it's a contrail. Very good, clear example. Very good, yeah. Let's see if we can blow that up a little bit. Very good, yeah. I'll show that to Sarah. Okay. All right, that looks very good. Yeah. Right around the 42-second mark. Here we go. Watch this. This is a contrail. It dissipates rapidly. See how quickly it goes across the sky? And see the one next to it? There's a chemtrail and a contrail side by side. Very good.
Elevation.
Same elevation. You can see a clear difference between the two contrails and chemtrails. That's a chemtrail, and next to it is a contrail, and you can see it disappearing as it goes. See? Very good demonstration. Thanks for that, Scissorfight. Very good. Thanks. Play that in its entirety tonight. Yeah, why not? Southern California, he's got 10 minutes of it, folks. Scissorfight's been using his Nikon camera, I guess, to get really good digital photographs of the chemtrails that are constantly over his house in Orange County. Sarah's getting better, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's getting better.
I was showing Misanthropy you can buy a decent house. I went to the map over at Zillow, and I noticed that there were decent houses for sale still for $150,000 in California. This one is one of them, and the other one looks pretty good. Look at that. It's a $150,000 house. It's kind of a small house, but it's right on the corner. But look at the space in the middle of the room, and everything's nice kitchen, good bedrooms, nice bathrooms, and a good garage. I mean, that's pretty decent for $150,000. Yep. And then as you zoom out, you can see from the video that I'm showing, there's not a lot out there for $150,000 in LA.
Well, that's that, and even that's not in LA. It's up by Sacramento, Stockton.
Sorry.
East of Stockton, David.
My mistake.
I was like, where in California is that?
Yeah, let's look at LA. Hang on.
I bet you won't find anything in LA.
I'm gonna zoom in.
Or Riverside or anywhere.
That was near Stockton. My mistake. Yeah, there's nothing
East of
here.
Stockton, even.
Look at that. Let's set the parameters for 400,000 or 300,000. See if anything lights up.
You might find something out in Riverside, maybe.
I'm out. Let me see. No, nothing for 300,000.
You're still not in Riverside. Go east.
Upland, Cal Stereo before that. Bellflower, Canoga Park, Garden Grove, Torrance, West Covina,
There
West
you go.
LA, San Bernardino, North
Nothing
Hollywood.
even in
Nothing in
Riverside,
Riverside.
nothing in
Nothing.
Redlands?
Nothing anywhere. Now let's take it up to 400,000.
$490 maybe.
And only one bedroom. Not even a one bedroom for 400,000. I was just showing people houses that are nicely built in Detroit.
Somebody just posted that in the room.
Okay, let's put this. What is this? Monroe Street for sale in Gary, Indiana. You can get a house for $5,000.
And freeze right now.
Yeah, and freeze. Well, I'm just saying that in Detroit, you could get a house for $6,000. You can't find one for $400,000. Let's take it up to $450,000 and see if anything pops up. Whoa, nothing.
I wonder if you have to be zoomed in.
Well, let's try zooming
It says
in.
36. Right here, what does it say? Like, what does this mean? 36.
Oh, let's check. Yeah, click to see all homes. Let's go there.
Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Never mind.
Okay, we're zooming out from Inglewood at 450,000. Nothing. All right, we're now going to look at $500,000. The prices in California have skyrocketed, and you can get houses in Detroit and other areas. There's something wrong with this map.
I think there's something wrong with the map. Like you're not zoomed in close enough.
There we go. Okay, let's set it down to 400 now, or 300. There we go.
There. Now you can go down to 100 even, maybe.
Let's take it to 200. Now we're getting the proper numbers. That's 200.
Something was wrong with the map.
Yeah, we had a problem with the map. Thank you, Sarah.
Well, you don't want...
No, I don't want 1.5 million. There's bound to be a lot of those. Oh yeah, see, there's a lot of $150,000 properties. Okay.
There's even 59,000.
Thank you. Yeah.
60,000.
A lot of them are mobile homes. You know, you run into that mobile home thing. But this is a house. Oh, it's 650,000. Yeah. That's not what I'm looking for. I thought I set my parameters at 150. Yeah, they're mobile homes, see? You'll have to pay monthly rents of like $800 for those. This one has a...
That's like an auction.
That's an auction house, yeah.
What it is.
All right, well, I'm done here. Needless to say, a lot of houses are still available at higher prices.
All the red ones are auctions.
I thought the red ones were actually sale
Oh,
houses.
go here, see what the listing type it says.
For sale. Red is for sale. Blue is potential listings. When they don't say foreclosure, that's when they're ready to pop at that price. Let's see if there's anything. Here's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. It's all mobile homes. Yeah, you'll find mobile homes at that price in LA. Yeah, every one of them is a mobile home. All right. Suffice to say that you won't find a stick frame house. You'll find a nice little mobile home in a space, like this little place in Redondo Beach.
It does take a lot of work to get on the ballot in every state, Plastic Fork.
Yes, it does. That's the problem. People don't have any interest in doing things. What is a... Oh, Plastic Fork.
We weren't watching your chat 100% of the time.
Why don't you consider helping us? Yeah. I'm not in any way doubting that you have to get on the ballot. We have a site that set up called americasthirdparty.com, and if you click the old site button, you'll find out how to get on the ballot in your state. But what you're not aware of is that people just don't have the will to do anything. I don't think you understand that. Yeah, and I'm trying to breathe a little hope into their minds that they could even have a write-in candidate. You got to understand, our system has been completely locking out third-party candidates for decades. And we've got a decade under our belt right now of getting very little support at even the grassroots level. They like the show, though. We have a viewership that's huge, but people don't have any money. And the ones overseas that see us, they can't donate. No, I won't pay you to get on the ballot. There was a time I would pay you to get on Iowa's ballot, but not anymore. I know you would vote for me, but that's the thing, Plastic Fork. You're not even willing to get ballot signatures for me in your area. See, it's just a cop-out. You're giving me another cop-out. I get that a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. Some states don't allow write-ins candidates. We used to be willing to pay that, Jim Bob, but like David said, not anymore. We're not getting the donations to be able to afford something like that. Instead of charging David to get on the ballot, why don't you volunteer to get David on the ballot? You want, why wait to make the right choice? Just make a choice and then you can make another choice. Ms. Anthropy, don't worry about not having to move again. Just make one choice and you can make a choice after you get to that place. I agree with you, Plastic Fork. We need real change, and David would be the real change that we need. Start by spreading the message to your family and friends. Moving is a lot of work. My family has done it probably 20 times. Actually, my family's probably done that 20 times in the last 20 years. While I've just sat here in one spot in the last 20 years. David has gone and met people in person, Transcender. But as he says, it would put him at risk, and that's one of the reasons he hasn't volunteered as much as, or hasn't campaigned as much in person as some other people. Yeah, thanks, Jim Bob. I'm glad my voice is getting better too. I think it's an interesting proposal. It'll be interesting if he can get on all the ballots, because he's also running as a centrist candidate, 317. So my best of luck to him to get on all the ballots. That's going to be the hardest. That is the hardest, most difficult effort as a centrist independent candidate. We did live in Mississippi. I would say I wasn't a big fan of Mississippi. I don't like snow, but also the humidity and the snakes and the reptiles in Mississippi. Yeah, exactly. Good question, Plastic Fork. Someone has to pay for it. Well, if you think that the economy, her thinking might be like the entire economy is just made up out of thin air, and in some ways she's right, and that's how she wants to pay for everything. Just make up the money out of thin air to pay for it all. We live in Washington State, on the largest island in the contiguous United States. He might. Well, I don't know, Jim Bob. He might, if he wants it badly enough. He does have to. He realizes it's going to take that much to get on the ballot in all the 50 states. If you're not a fan of critters, move to Washington State. on an island because there's not too many animals out on the island. Except we do have deer and rabbits and eagles, but we don't have too many, like, we don't have many reptiles or, yeah, I'm not a big fan of reptiles. We do have some rodents, that's true. The state will pay you to pay $4 per rat if you hunt the huge nutria rats in Louisiana. Wow, moving nerd. Well, if you're going to move eastward, the question is, do you want to be around people or not around people? If you don't want to be around people, I would say maybe South Carolina. Our other chat room is, here, I'll give you a link. It's vonlive.tv/third-party or von.live/third-party. We are also broadcasting on Periscope, but not many people are there. You want cheap land? You know they'll give you land for free in Kansas. You just have to have the money to be able to put up a stick frame. Wait, you don't want to you don't want to drive too far. You mean drive too far from a city for your groceries, right? You're not talking about like driving too far for your initial move. Yeah, free land in Kansas. They did a few years ago, but in order to get the free land in Kansas, you have to put up a stick frame. They have some regulations. You have to build a house and come with your house plans, and they have some regulations on what type of house you can build. Oh, let me try the link. I was going to give you this link, but sorry. Here we go. And you have to spend, right. Jim Bob says, yeah, you can get a house for like $1 in Baltimore, but then you have to spend $60,000 on renovations within a certain amount of time. You are welcome. And the states that give away free land don't allow tiny houses. They want you to build at least 1,000 square feet. Maybe things will change. Wow, Benji's giving us a link to be able to hunt the nutria rat. Yeah, that was the same thing you said about Detroit. They have houses for sale for $5,000, but then you have to spend $40,000 and fix it up, and it's probably within a year. And then the economy, that's the problem, is if you don't, that's why most people live in cities, is because there's an economy, there's a built-in economy for jobs and being able to not drive very far for your groceries. Couldn't you just drive, I mean, depending on, if you lived on a ranch, you could just drive in once a year to get all your groceries in a big pickup truck. There's always a catch for free land. In Montana, you can live up in Montana, but you might have to deal with Sasquatch. Yeah. You could go up to Alaska, deal with the cold weather, the darkness. If you've ever lived in like Southern California, you've never been up here in Washington State or north of here, don't try going to Alaska full time. It is so dark up here. Up here it's dark. I can't imagine getting any darker. Yeah, mail service is everywhere though. If you can figure out a way to make money in the middle of nowhere, yeah. Maybe the only way I could see making money in the middle of nowhere, but it would have to have Wi-Fi. It's getting better since it's past December 21st. Let me see. So 7:43 is a sunrise, 5:05 is a sunset. Yeah, you'd have to have internet, I would say, to make money in the middle of nowhere. Vermont is doing that. Well, it's like they will reimburse you if you move up to Vermont if you are a remote worker. So first you have to have some kind of job that's a remote worker. Exactly, Benji and Bengalitis. Oh, so funny. It is a beautiful state up here, Jim Bob. You're right. State of mind? No, it's actually an actual beautiful state where I live. It's like where I live, I feel like I live inside a postcard. It's like vacation land all the time. So gorgeous here. And besides the darkness, it's pretty temperate weather. It's not like, I mean, I could complain about the cold, but then I just look at the news and look at Chicago and I'm like, it's okay here. They said tomorrow's going to be in like the 50s. Thing about going up to Alaska, you have to deal with like wildlife that's much bigger than you are. I have been to Oregon. Some of the most beautiful coastline is in Oregon, and pretty affordable coastline. Of course, that is nowhere near shopping. You have to drive very far to go get anything in Oregon. But thanks to Amazon, you can have everything delivered to you. That's true, Bengalitis. They have to be. The people living in Alaska have to be wilder than the wild game in Alaska. Oregon's a beautiful state too. Especially the coast of Oregon. Good night, beautiful cat Fluffy. Yeah, I agree with you, Jim Bob. Everybody always goes to California, but it's because it's probably sunnier in California. But, I mean, it does rain a lot in Oregon and Washington. But we have rainforests. That's why we have rainforests in Oregon and Washington. It rains a lot. Good. But you get those beautiful, like, redwoods, and pretty awesome. Yeah, I used to I still remember the California weather. Like I didn't have to wear a jacket all year. I did wear a jacket in the winter though. But I would wear a jacket with shorts in California. Totally remember those. I was like, as long as I keep my core warm, I'm good. Those like, you could wear like one of those tank top sweaters. I cannot imagine me in shorts anymore either since I moved up here. I don't think I've worn shorts. I have some shorts that are probably 15 years old. Highest quality of life anywhere in the U.S. Transgender thinks California has the highest quality of life. You say so, Transgender. If you like that life. I want to go to Washington. All right, it's very good. Oh, you can buy a mobile home, just a mobile home, for $30,000 in Washington State. You can't buy land, but you can buy a mobile home and move it to land. That's an interesting thing, Miss Anthropy. He did want to sell Hawaii, so why not California? That could be a point, Transgender. Why doesn't California just become their own nation? Oh, because we have, after the Civil War, we wrote this thing that no one can break away from the United States. It's not fair. Oh, you're saying people want to buy California? You went to San Luis Obispo and Pismo Beach a couple of years ago. That was awesome. Yeah, I've been there. Jim Bob says California could technically become its own country. Their budget and economy are already the size of some countries in Europe. Sure, victory for cake. I thought Misanthropy lived in California, Transgender, but maybe not the part of California where you want to live or where you live. I know Jefferson wanted to be its own state. No, it has too much. There's too much business in Jersey. We can't demolish it. California would be the 4th largest economy if it were its own country. Wow. California already has their own border patrol. I don't think anyone should be forced to do anything, Bingalitis. Encouraged? Sure, encouraged. That's why we want to keep California, is that they have all that land to grow food. Change the law. What would you want the law to be, Transcender? You're right about Utah, but it's in the middle of the country, so no, we can't get rid of Utah right now. Utah has some beautiful, some beautiful national parks. When I say it's illegal, wait, are you talking about? You're right. I mean, you're right about legality is not necessarily an argument. I will agree with that. Women in our country can vote, run for office. No one can vote in your country. What country are you in, Victory for Cake? Wait. Southern U.S., but for some reason California illegals are needed for jobs. Oh. Sometimes you're right, moving nerd. A lot of times, immigrants and illegals can be exploited, can and are exploited. And you're right, but many people will do certain jobs depending on how much you pay them. It's all about pay. What is legal? What is illegal? What we've decided it should be. No, I'm not. Victory for Cake. Oh, you're in Albania? Okay. Well, it is illegal to rob a bank. Is an American citizen who robs a bank an illegal? People who are in the country illegally are illegal? Maybe people shouldn't be illegal. It's just their acts are illegal. Wow, really? Moving Nerd? Wow. Oh my goodness, Victory for Cake. Totally, I'd be laughing. I can't laugh. I can't do it. That was pretty funny. Oh, oops. Undocumented is probably a better name. BC's construction job. Wow. Yes, I live in my bubble. What did you say, Binkalitis? I would get better for my laryngitis as long as I stop talking. Alright. My voice did sound better when I first came on. My worst hangover ever, well, about 10 years ago, David and I went to a party, and I had this stuff, they called it Gorilla Juice, and it was just basically it was coffee liqueur, and I was really like, the coffee was keeping me up and the alcohol was making me not feel well. But I've never like vomited. I've never gotten so sick I vomited, but which other people have. Oh, interesting, Vinci. That is bad. David is in the other room. Wow. All right. No, not that I know of. Victory for cake. Maybe becoming a citizen transgender is what he's talking about. Where's this? Go like that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I've heard that it did, transgender. I guess you guys should figure out which one's right. What do you mean? Citizenship has no financial minimum requirement, but retirement does? How does that make it? That doesn't make any sense. There's something hiding in the bushes behind me. Oh no. Alright. I'm just looking at houses or something like that. You can be whatever you feel, Misanthropy. And let me see, maybe I should... He'll be back. I should write that. That's pretty funny.
Oh, you're looking at property online? Do you show them what you're looking at?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, people have a genuine interest in having a home, and it's at the basis of our homestead renewal plan that we want to fix up houses and give people homes. There's so many people that need houses. It's amazing. And then you wouldn't have to pay more than the taxes once you have your home paid for. And we hope that people can do this 10 years, $500 a month, you can own a nice house. That's the goal. She's buying land? No, she's just looking at property. She would love to buy some, land. I think that'd be great.
Maybe.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Australian cinema really is awesome. If you want to check out Australian movies, this recent movie Wanted on Netflix, or was it Amazon? I'm not sure. Really good movie. Yeah, for $50,000 you can get a decent home, in America. But we would like
but
to see them.
They need $30,000 in repairs.
Yeah, they need $30,000 repairs. But you can score $50,000 properties that are decent, that are fixed up, ready to go, on the East Coast. There are some decent ones.
North Carolina has some houses.
For sure. I like to look on Zillow or Trulia for properties because it's just fun to look at what other people think is valuable, And then in California, it's really high priced. I don't know. There were some entertainers that were Canadian that were, I don't know. Right. No one has duplicated America's greatness in the field of entertainment. That is a very good point, moving nerd. Yeah. Yeah, entertainment really is where America excels. And there's a cottage industry for Netflix episodic TV shows. They're very popular now. And people seem to be okay with spending $15 a month when they raise the rates. So my take on the South Pole is that Admiral Byrd, his expedition was inconclusive. And if the Nazis had established something down there early on, we wouldn't know if they existed or not unless it was an inside piece of information.
The places I look at, though, I scroll in and I see Alligator River.
I know.
I don't want to live near alligators.
North Carolina has alligators. Yeah.
I'm not moving to North Carolina.
I just don't like North Carolina for that reason.
Alligators.
I think Goebbels did become American. Didn't he change his name and face? I know that Hitler, they believe, lived in Argentina till 1962. And that's not just a conspiracy theory. There's some scientific fact behind it. 200 pages of eyewitness reports have been sent to the FBI from people who saw Hitler in Argentina. And the FBI just blew it off. Why would they blow that off? How come they didn't investigate that? That's the big question. Yeah. Things the FBI didn't investigate. That should be a book. There's got to be enough to fill a book right there. Things the FBI chose not to investigate for no reason. No apparent reason. Yeah, I think you could look probably closer to
this.
That's pretty decent. Yeah, it's like a storefront.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting. Take a look at the street view. Wow. Let's just look around and see what's going on there. Doesn't seem like it's there. So look at the street view, it's like, where is it? Sometimes street views don't match the... Yeah, we'll see. We'll look at it later. Thank you. I know Goebbels was loyal to Hitler, but Hitler didn't necessarily burn to death in the Austrian location with Eva Braun. They'd never found their skulls or their dental work, so there's no confirmation they ever died. There's much more confirmation that Hitler lived in Argentina till 1962. We know that that's how long he lived. Now, whether he was transported down to South Pole at that point, who knows? I mean, you might as well conspire to think of that. So.
Yeah, I'm not finding what I was looking for.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. Maybe there it is, right there. That's it right there. That's what it looks like.
That's it.
That's not bad. That's interesting.
You
That's
should
got a
look
nice
at
lot.
the details on this, though.
Yeah, I'm going to look at it later.
Which is pretty interesting.
Outstanding. Thanks, Sarah, for looking on Zillow for us. We're always looking at properties. It's kind of a hobby we picked up.
Yeah.
We don't buy anything. We just look at properties. It's very interesting, yeah. So, yeah, you know the one that really created the concentration camps? His name was Mueller. They thought for years that he escaped into Germany, but they found out in the past couple of years that Mueller had died in Germany. He was killed randomly. It was a random situation, but he was one of the architects of the concentration camps, Mueller. Ironically, he shares the same name as Robert Mueller, the third.
This is the thing about this.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting. Very interesting, yeah. That's like wild interesting.
And this.
Cool. Yeah. Definitely, I like that, yeah.
So anyway.
Very interesting, thanks. You can add it to your list.
I did.
Perfect.
See.
There you go.
I don't know if I'm logged in, but it's
in
got
your
that
smiley.
already.
Yeah, awesome. That's perfect. We'll access it later.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarah. You need to rest your voice.
I do.
Get some more tea, maybe heat up your tea bag and nurse your voice.
Okay, I think I will.
Thank you.
Go do that.
Okay. Yay, Sarah, thank you so much. Gosh, she gives me these breaks, and you know, when I don't have the breaks, it's almost impossible to do the show. I get to the point where I like start to feel, you know, burned out. Thank you so much. Wow. That extra break just to get away for 20, 30 minutes at a time really helps me. Yeah, that way I shifted my part to the other side right here. See that? I had it on the other side, now it's this side. Good night, Sarah. Sleep well. So we got a couple big shows from Scissor Fight. He gave us the 153 links tonight. We got a journalist is in serious danger. Please help. A YouTube journalist is in serious danger. This guy, Adam, has been targeted, they think, as a possible shooter in the Comet Pizza. Possible arsonist in the Comet Pizza fire that happened just a couple days ago. It's like they're purposely putting his face in there. Or maybe he is the shill. Maybe he's a guy who's been pegged as the next, they bought him off and they put him out there, try to debunk Alex Jones, and then they target his career. I don't know, because anybody who seems to go against Alex Jones like this guy did, then becomes the possible next guy that does some horrible thing. Maybe he's a shill, maybe he's an actor. You never know. And that's the question we all have to ask about every single story that emanates on the internet now. So fake news is more than just a concept created to describe Pizzagate. For one, Pizzagate isn't fake news. There's a lot of legitimate truth behind it. And two, Donald Trump uses the word fake news like it was just Guard, deodorant, so nobody can smell his BO. Yeah, he wears it on his sleeve wherever he goes. So anything that is legitimate about Donald in Russia is then called fake news. Well, he likes that word, but he doesn't apply it to things like Parkland shooting, the Mandalay Bay shooting, which all of these shootings look a little bit hinky, if not a lot hinky. Like, where's the evidence? Yeah, the pizza thing just happened yesterday in the news, and we'll talk a little bit about this tonight. This guy, Adam, well, let me just play the video for you.
Stories allegedly involving John Podesta from the Hillary Clinton campaign. News articles appearing in mainstream media are plastering this guy's face all over the internet as the suspect of this fire. And Adam Green from the YouTube channel No More News was just publicly accused of being that suspect.
Right.
Guys, this is a serious allegation for obvious reasons.
Right.
One of which is the strong possibility that Adam's life could be placed in harm's way by teams of raiding FBI agents, not to mention other random people threatening harm if they find out where he lives. I'm going to let Adam explain what's going on.
I'm Adam Green with No More News, and I'm documenting an orchestrated attack from Zionist Jacob Wohl and others to try to frame me for Pizzagate. So obviously they're trying to say, this guy right here is me. This is the guy that supposedly set fire to Comet Pizza.
Well, let's just stop there. Comet Pizza had an alleged arson, that in no way is something an arsonist would do. Comet Pizza was essentially the worst arson ever committed recently. The guy left the lighter fluid on the counter with the matches next to it. I mean, no arsonist in the world would do that. It was designed not to collect insurance, obviously, because they won't pay on arson cases usually. He didn't author Pizzagate. He was just bringing up Pizzagate on a couple of talk shows recently. And now they're targeting him as the guy. So I don't know if this guy was put in play. He looks legitimate to me, like they're fingering him because he's trying to ruffle the feathers of the media and somehow got out there at a few interviews and may have aroused a genuine awareness for what's really going on at these locations. Because there is strong evidence. For instance, one of the restaurants, Comet Pizza, Ping Pong, that location, because there are a few restaurants in that area that were targeted that may very well be involved in something. One of the restaurants actually has a cage in it. Right. A Comet Pizza, Ping Pong, has a cage inside of it. Now, James Alefantis gave people a tour of the actual location. And he showed people what they were looking at. But another woman grabbed this photograph of a separate review of the restaurant and got this.
Hi, Internet friends. I just got off the phone with someone who spent the last weekend in Washington, D.C. While she wishes to remain anonymous, her goal was to go to Comet Ping Pong, get a feel for the place, and relinquish any kind of suspicion she had regarding Pizzagate. Like many of us, she doesn't want Pizzagate to be true. No one wants Pizzagate to be true. With that in mind, her findings and observations from Comet Pizza reinforced her belief in the scandal. So let's go see what she found. On Saturday, she and her husband arrived at Comet Ping Pong at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. They left at 11. As soon as you walk in, you see the stack of firewood and all these kegs. She said it was kind of strewn willy-nilly in there. It's very industrial, hipster looking. Everything is mismatched. Everything looks intentionally dirty and untidy. There are cages everywhere.
There are cages everywhere?
And untidy. There are cages everywhere. The bathroom.
Okay, let's play that again.
Tidy. There are cages everywhere. The bathroom. Tidy. There are cages everywhere.
Why would there be cages everywhere at a pizza parlor? Yeah, so they're trying to further. It's like two birds with one stone. If they can go after Adam Green and get him discredited, at the same time make it seem like, oh, this story is such a joke. Why do these conspiracy theories always keep targeting this place? Clearly they did nothing wrong. There are cages everywhere. What are those cages for? Why? No, exactly. Misbehaving children. Thank you very much. That's exactly what those cages are for. So, there's valid evidence at this point to open an investigation at the very least. I will investigate it once I'm president. Yeah. I'm not planning on ignoring any of these things. Why do you think I'm running for president? I mean, when you look at it, there's so many reasons to have a third-party candidate that carries the torch for questions a lot of you are carrying. And worries. Yeah. I've never been to Comet Pizza. But I can't answer the question that came up in the WikiLeaks. Why would Hillary Clinton order $11,000 worth of pizza one day? We found that in an email. Why would George Soros order $9,000 in a pizza one day? And why were they talking about pizzas as if they weren't going to make it? Some pizzas will be on sale because they may not make it. What does that mean? Why would the FBI declare that child pornography is code word cheese pizza, and be unaware of these nested triangles that are seen in various scenes? There's a nested triangle in a lot of different agencies, like the LA County Sheriff. Why would the LA County Sheriff have nested triangles in their star? You know, the logo, the badge. Now I look for the nested triangles online and it's somehow gone. I did a word search just like this for the sheriff's logo, and now it's gone. Wow, that's interesting. Okay. Same word search as before, but different results. Wow. I know. Well, the FBI doesn't pursue these things. Let me do something else. Yeah, here it is. So take a look at the LA County Sheriff's badge, and you'll notice that it has those nested triangles that are so indicative of, according to the FBI, pedophile organizations. Now, I'm not indicting the LA County Sheriff's Department because they have nested triangles on it. It just raises suspicion. And then right after Pizzagate popped up, a bunch of different locations erased their nested triangles on top of their logos. It's like it was a beacon for all pedos to go to these places to hang out with the kids. I don't know if well, to say is NAMBLA a front, of course. It's likely it is. Yeah, to say it's not a front for organizations of pedophiles is absurd. I mean, what does it stand for? The National Man Love Boy Association? I mean, that alone, Man Love Boy Association, means they're pedophiles. And they want significant rights. That's why I'm not involved with supporting LGBTQ, because the pedos are actually trying to jump on board. Okay. Yeah, so very weird stuff. Next, yeah, exactly. So somebody just raised that question over at iBlog. I was just responding. It's like, duh, you know? Okay, what do you have there? Oh, here they are. This is the cage that they would have. Oh, it's for storing wine, right? No, these are deeper than that. No, it's not like that. Sorry. Beep. You lose. Now, these are deeper. They can hold people, children. Yeah, that's weird. Why would a person have cages in their pizza store? So these are big questions, glaring questions. Okay, we got a little thing from Misanthropy. Over 60,000 donated anonymously ensure destruction of guns used in Las Vegas shooting. Wow. So check this out. There's a cover-up we've always questioned about Mandalay Bay and the alleged Stephen Paddock shooting of 58 people. And not only did they not release any data on the dead people whatsoever, and that corroborates anybody in real life, but four or five people died right after the Mandalay Bay shooting who wanted to form groups of people that were, willing to talk about what they had happened. One woman had a bizarre death when she woke up the next day after she posted on Facebook. She wanted to put a group of the people together that had been victims or families of victims. She died the next day. Another guy got in a car accident the next day. In the morning, he got run over, and he was trying to do the same thing, and he claimed there were more than one shooter. Well, now, over 60,000 donated anonymously to ensure destruction of guns used in the Vegas shooting means that they're trying to get rid of the guns, so no one even knows what the heck this was. Anonymous donor gave $62,500 to ensure that the guns are destroyed. Wow. The guns valued at $62,300, owned by Stephen Paddock allegedly, will be destroyed following the donation. So no one will ever get ancillary fingerprint or gunpowder residue results from these guns. They're destroying the evidence, folks. It doesn't get worse than this. The donor is identified as a San Francisco software executive. He wanted to alleviate some of the pain for the victims' families by doing this. I think the families would feel better if the weapons are gone, he said. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Probably working for Google and DARPA, you know. Finally admitted new tech can beam voices directly into your head. Wow. We've been hearing about this. I know what you're saying. I'm just kidding. I don't think anybody's beaming a voice into my head. I live in a Faraday cage, so it's impossible for them to radiate into my home. Okay, what do we have here? Finally admitted new tech can beam voices directly into your head. Hey, this is exciting. 9 minutes.
It's fact. And people are asking questions now. I saw this the other day. I think it's a good introduction to what I'm about to talk about. Somebody just posted this. Okay, so paranoid schizophrenia about the government always watching you used to be a mental illness. Now it's just a realistic understanding of how the world works, right? I mean...
Wow. Hey, this looks good. Thanks, Scissor Fight. That'll be added to our list tonight. I'm going to put it in police state, too, because it fits the police state mentality, beaming his thoughts into our heads. Wow. Yeah, it looks good. You watched it? Great. Okay, and this picture just came in. My chest is dry, but my head is wet. You know that I'll just make a little water fort. Jesus Christ on a skillet, it's not hitting here. Almost just died, right? Wow. Okay, so we've got a cameo photograph of George W. Bush having a love affair with a plastic bag, basically. And that's about it. Yeah, he put the thing over his head, and then he was under the bubble, and then he laughed, and yeah, apparently. If this is indeed a real picture, I'm assuming it is, but you never know, it could be Photoshop. Thank you so much. I really didn't need to see that, but whatever. I don't know, maybe he was trying to cover his head from the rain. I mean, did you build your own Faraday cage that surrounds your entire living space? Well, didn't you? You got the memo, didn't you? You were supposed to cover your house from the dangerous directed energy weapons years ago. Where were you in Y2K, man? Jeez, I prepared for Y2K. I'm still ready. I'm getting ready for Y3K. People die fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did that. Apple FaceTime bug lets you listen in on people you call, even if they haven't picked up their phone. Are you serious? Isn't that unbelievable? You can listen in to somebody, anybody you call, with this Apple FaceTime bug. Wow. Well, good I don't have an Apple iPhone. Oh my gosh, look at him. What is that? I hope he doesn't go down the same road Steve Jobs did. Jeez. You know, Tim Cook looks like he's got the doesn't he look like he's practically as thin as Steve Jobs was when he was dying? I hope he's okay. Tim, you deserve a letter from me. Yeah. I'll have to get my attorney to draft you. Alex Jones, the InfoWars host, was reportedly that Hillary Clinton was sexually abusing children in satanic rituals a few hundred miles north in the basement of Washington, D.C. pizza restaurant. Well, if Alex said it, then it's got to be false. Or maybe he just tells true things and makes them sound crazy. Like I could talk about right now the possibility that the lithium is sprayed the atmosphere, dumbing you down in a way that Alex Jones would talk about it. You're not going to believe this, but the sprays of lithium that's going into your brain is causing you to turn into a mental vegetable. Right now, you're becoming like a waterhead baby. You know, it just sounds like, dude, I don't want to be called a vegetable. Nobody wants to hear that crap, but it's probably true. Lufthansa Cargo weaponized spraying chemical aerosols for climate engineering program. A good one. Here we go again. Here we go again. Been there, done that. This is Mike Decker doing his photographing in Wyoming of the chemtrails over there. It's pretty bad. Yeah. And they're engineering chemical changes in the environment that are leading to this, global climate change is happening. Oh, it's the coldest winter ever. Oh, no. Oh, the tornadoes, the hurricanes.
January 26, 2019.
Major drop right over the Wyoming area. We'll play his later tonight, too. Absolutely. Well, I just think that this is an ongoing thing that they're trying to happen quickly as opposed to slowly. If we just continue flatulating and burning fossil fuel and having our cars, and we let things progress the way they normally would, the world would get worse progressively over a 100-year time period. They want it to happen in like 10 years. Yeah. They don't want to wait around for it. Yeah, they want it to happen sooner than later. That way they can consolidate their power and migrate to automated robotic systems development, where everyone who is working are robots, and they do not in any way take up space or have food to eat, and they are not useless eaters. They are like artificial intelligence properly managing the human space. All of this is possible. Beep. You see, it's entirely possible that every one of us could be replaced by robots. And that's what they're banking on. Why would rich people want you around to crap all over their world that they own? You ask yourself that every day. Why am I here? What is my purpose? I am just a useless eater. I consume food, whereas computers do not. Everything is beautiful. Everything is beautiful in its own special way. Yeah, no, it's a seriously weird world that we're confused by here, that they certainly will go to in the event they want to. What are we going to do to use our powers as voters to stop them? That is the million-dollar question. No, Alex has not been banned from the internet. Dead Baby Fetus believes the story. Alex actually is on YouTube now. He completely got restored. Alex is completely a shill. He gets $20 million a year. They're finding that out in a recent court case by the people who have said that he's defamed them by talking about fakery at the Sandy Hook event. Yeah. So Alex is back up and running. Okay. Okay, his non-reply is weird. Yeah. All right, thank you. We've got photos here. Healthy Housing Research Institute. Here's a house that was built with a Faraday cage around it. The Healthy Housing Research Institute is built precisely for that purpose, to protect people from radiation. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, thank you for sending that link. Yeah, so they're building Faraday cages that are actual homes. Interesting. Isn't it amazing? All right, thank you. David, we're going to F these a-holes up the next 2 years. Well, you know, we got to build a political movement or get media time, one or the other, and we've been asking people to donate, but they don't want to. And we can buy TV time on cable TV and bypass the censorship. I've told you that for about 8 years now. We even tested it out. We ran 2 elections where we bought about 200 to 300 spots, and we had a tremendous spike in our viewership on our website. So we can do cable TV. It's really powerful. This is a George tie from Walmart. I got it for $1. It was in the sale rack. Isn't that nice? I should have bought more than one. They had like, 10 of the same ties. I should have bought 4 or 5 of them, but I thought one would do. That's not true. No. Well, that's an incorrect statement because that was a controlled meeting with advanced notice that you're describing, Transcender. That was an advanced notice meeting. Everything was in place. We have photographs of the cages. Yep. And we also have photographs of 2 separate back rooms. And I can point you to a kill room. Yeah, there's videos out there. I'm glad to show you the kill room. Would you like to see that? Underneath a couple stores down, underneath another building that he owns. Get this, Elefantis has a he has a museum called Pegasus Museum, 4 doors down from where he is, and he has this museum, and he has a license to carry active museum artifacts, as in living artifacts. Now, sometimes museums bring in living artifacts. I've never heard of these, but he has a license to transport these into the country anywhere, anytime, without customs overseeing what he's doing. That's what I've heard. But the strange thing is Elefantis is a fake name. There's no Elefantis family out there. But there is a picture, that describes James Elefantis in a picture with the Rothschild family. And there are significant details of his facial features that match those of the Rothschild family. For instance, this is Evelyn or Philippine de Rothschild, and she very likely could be a relative of James. Their face is identical. So, there's this connection, David Rene Rothschild to James. Very similar facial features. It's a family trait. So, we are wondering how James Elefantis became the 47th most powerful person in the country, according to GQ magazine. She's a Habsburg. Okay, thanks for sharing. How he became the 47th most powerful person when he doesn't even have a college degree and he serves pizzas. And why did Hillary buy $11,000 of the pizzas? And why did George Soros buy $9,000 of the pizzas in one single sitting? Now, Hillary has stated that she had a private meeting with her staff during the 2016 election. And she said this later, much later, 2018, she said this, that she had a pizza party and she never talked about it. She told a publicist about this, that she had a huge pizza party and she ordered pizzas for everybody, but no one ever heard about it. And no one can corroborate the story. So Hillary is already on record trying to cover up for that $11,000 pizza order, which came out in a WikiLeaks that was not supposed to be seen. You see, they culled the WikiLeaks for words like Benghazi. The Republicans just found out that Strzok, an FBI agent, purposely culled all the emails so it wasn't disparaging of Hillary Clinton. That's suspicious in and of itself, an FBI agent doing that, which I thank the Republicans for doing that detailed work. They did unearth a few good things. But then the greater question is, why are they willfully not investigating pedophilia? Why has the FBI stood down all these years against searching out pedophile crimes in Nebraska, the Boys Club, or Boys Town, Nebraska? There was a big problem in the 90s. And the Nebraska State Police actually called the FBI and said, we need help here because it goes all the way to D.C. The FBI said, stand down. Don't go anywhere. I played this story last week and I talked about it over and over again, but these are stories that just don't go away, and we're not hearing about it on the internet because they've been suppressed. But Borat, Sacha Baron Cohen, has actually, in one of his characters, was trying to solicit a minor for sex at a hotel in Las Vegas. And he actually went out of his way in his Who is America to find out information about various people, politicians. He interviewed Roy Moore. But he tried to find out pretending to be Baron Cohen, or a man of his stature. He created this character right here, this guy. And he actually went out of his way to talk to a concierge about getting a child and talking about a child crime that had occurred, just to lure him into a sting operation. And the guy said, sure, yeah, we'll get you a 9-year-old, whatever you want. Sacha Baron Cohen was shocked. So he handed this entire case over to the FBI. They haven't done anything with it. They're not even pursuing it, as if it's a real case of pedophilia. It's unbelievable. So you got all this evidence, preponderance of evidence being suppressed by the FBI under this current system that we have. Oh, good. A U.S. judge is going to allow controversial evidence in Roundup cancer trials. Excellent. The suits alleging Bayer glyphosate-based Roundup weed killer causes cancer. On Monday, tentatively allowed pieces of controversial evidence that the company had hoped to exclude from upcoming trials. Yeah, they've been suppressing information about the dangers of Roundup for years. My father suffered from a terrible reaction to Roundup. He died, but it took him 12 years. We fought it. We fought prostate cancer right after he was exposed to Roundup. My father had evidence of prostate problems immediately after, and it turned into a prognosis of 1 year to live. And through modern science and radiation treatments, my father had 16 needles jammed up between his scrotum and his epididymis. Anyway, it was a nightmare for him. Poor man had to suffer so much, but he did extend his life 12 years. Hey guys, welcome, Joe. Bring your family in here. They can hang out. David, why are you ignoring U.S. terrorism against Venezuela? I'm not, Gunter. Yeah, I just haven't responded to the story yet. It takes us about 4 hours to get to the story sometimes when we're filled with other things. Okay, Super Saver, I'll take a look at that too. Wow, news stories coming in left and right. Don't know how to keep up with them. Yeah. Overload, beep, 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 beep. Okay, our country is officially not going to be buying oil from Venezuela. Trump is doing the stupid thing, ignoring a potential trading partner. And there's a media coup against Venezuela going on.
Y además, para llenar golpe mediático, acompañan el intento de imponer un golpe de Estado con un golpe mediático internacional. Hay un golpe mediático internacional contra Venezuela para desfigurar la situación real y además para llenar de presión a un país e imponer el modelo de intervención que se pretende desde Washington. Es sobre la Embajada de Estados Unidos. Bueno, nosotros hemos cumplido con la Constitución, con los convenios internacionales. Y el gobierno de Estados Unidos ha procedido a retirar a parte de su personal. No tengo por qué pensar que no van a cumplir ellos también. Esperemos las 72 horas. El gobierno de Estados Unidos tiene que cumplir plenamente. No han querido dialogar.
Okay, well, that was an older piece of news, I thought. That was 3 days ago. Yeah, that's not... I understand they're allowing diplomats to stay right now, that they're softening their approach. Venezuela oil equals petro yuan. I don't necessarily believe that Venezuelan oil will... No, in fact, if we take in imports of Venezuelan oil, our country's oil supply increases, propping up the U.S. dollar. Quite the opposite of what you're saying. You're arguing that the dropping the dollar of Venezuela lifts oil price in the Chinese yuan. Yeah, now they do. We turned our back on Venezuela. Now they're siding with the yuan, and they are also working with Russia. So after we turned our back on Venezuela under Trump, they're doing this. I would never have turned my back on Venezuela. Trump has mishandled Venezuela from the very beginning. I would have given them food aid. I even talked about it on our show. Yeah, thanks for reciting parts of it. No, read on. Read on. The guy tried to get Sacha Baron Cohen. He said he could facilitate an 8 or 9-year-old boy, whatever he wanted. Read on. Stop cutting and pasting until you read the whole article. Unreal. Guy tries to debunk everything. Okay, U.S. judge is going to allow controversial Roundup cancer trials. That's good. We're done with that. And we also covered the Apple FaceTime bug that lets people listen to your conversations. I can't believe this, but who knows? Another good reason not to have an Apple iPhone. Of course, currently, China is going to be able to produce the Apple iPhones for 8 times less money. 1/8 of the cost that iPhones are made right now. So China has already reverse engineered the entire program with Apple's approval, thinking they're going to expand the market. Apple's making the same mistake that IBM made in the early 1980s when they refused to diversify and allowed companies to clone their computer system. And they didn't ramp up sales at low cost to compete. Anyway, I'm thinking Apple might go down the same road IBM went and just become a business-related firm someday. They're already downsizing the staff of their Apple autonomous automobile staff by 200. They just fired a whole group of Apple employees in the autonomous driving sector, which has been a huge drain. They anticipated spending $179 million on that and it never got off the ground. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm glad you shared that that's how it's going. Yeah, I'm not of the belief that we're really dealing with a problem right now with Venezuela. We had people saying that they're shipping 5,000 troops down there. The only reason why we would be shipping 5,000 troops to Venezuela, the only reason is so that Donald Trump could declare an emergency order at the border with Mexico to build a wall, to shore up our position for our military. And that's the only idea. I even talked about something similar, but it wouldn't be for attacking Venezuela. It would just be shoring up our military at the border. You could justify a military spending bill under the VA Superfund for that. But Donald never did that. He's probably planning on doing something like that. But if he's planning a war, it no doubt would put our troops at risk, because Donald is clearly owned and operated by Vladimir Putin. If you believe that Trump is doing anything other than what Putin wants to take over Venezuela. Putin wants to have a permanent place where they can launch a missile they claim can go 27 times the speed of sound into our country. They want to have a place in the Caribbean. They've even telegraphed that statement. Putin is behaving just like Adolf Hitler 60 years later, or 70 years later, no different. We're dealing with an endless attack. Hell All Day has a link here. Okay, what is it of? The Trails of Demons after the Blood Moon. Ooh. Check this out. Yeah, thanks for that, Oma. Yeah, look at that. Oh, I can't even see it. Dang. Check this out. This is something I'll put on the screen for you. Right after the blood moon, the blood wolf moon we had a couple days ago, she has a picture of this. Trails of the Demons. Look at the chemical mix. It's like oil. When water hits oil on pavement, it looks like a multicolored prism of colors. Look at that. Look what the chemtrails are doing in the skies above us. It's like a green tinge. That is amazing. Wow. Thank you for that, Oma. Appreciate it. Wow. Unbelievable. Only in the embryo state. Head of international sex ring beaten to death in prison. That's what happens to pedophiles in prison, for sure. So this guy was beaten to death. Head of an international child sex ring was terminated. Yep. The Christian Mayer, 40, of Binghamton, New York, died Wednesday in an attack at Milan Federal Prison in Michigan. He was less than 1 month into his 40-year sentence. Terminated. He was convicted of hunting and manipulating children into performing sex acts online. Wow. Officials said the attack involved 7 prisoners and took place inside a housing unit. At least one attacker had a shiv or a homemade knife. They ganged up on him and killed him. I'm not going to lose sleep over that one. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, these guys who avoid prisons have a tremendous amount of power in our system. Even Dennis Hastert, our former Speaker of the House, was caught raping 4 boys when he was a wrestling coach in high school. Isn't that unreal? And then he only served a year and 1 month, 13 months. He was given a 15-month sentence. They let him out early. Yet there are people with, 5 or 6 files on their computer. Each file gets you a year in jail that are currently serving time for having child pornography. Yet we treat a known rapist like Dennis Hastert with kinder, more liberal laws. It makes no sense. It's obviously a game is about who you know and who you can serve. And they have power to protect people. They didn't with Dennis Hastert because his crimes were just excessive. And it was out in the open. But guess who's a good friend and grew up with Dennis Hastert? Tony Podesta. Yeah, John Podesta's brother. Tony Podesta, the very man that actually has, he's 2 doors down from Barack Obama and Michelle, by the way. They live right near each other. Tony Podesta has an art piece that is the exact replica of Jeffrey Dahmer's victim that they found in his house, or wherever he lived, apartment. This is actually a sculpture that Tony Podesta has in his house, along with an underground art collection of children art. This is actually the poster of Jeffrey Dahmer, his victim, who was in this position when they found him, headless, stacked in his body in that position. Yeah. That's at Tony. That's the proud, picture of Tony Podesta with his art form. Here he is proudly showing it off with a lady friend of his. He's very proud of his collection. There it is. Gold inlaid imitation of the Jeffrey Dahmer body that was found. Tell me that isn't indicative of something weird. I wish it wasn't making you ill, Akira. I'm trying to wake you people up. Why do you think we have Conspiracy Monday? Because tomorrow we talk about Truth Tuesday and all the fakery involved in 9/11, the JFK assassination. Oh yeah, we could go on and on with Truth Tuesday. I don't even talk about those things here. We just focusing on cover-ups, manipulating our government officials with sex crimes, and a series of other realities that they're trying to suppress information sharing on these subjects. I'm telling you, the worst possible people are running our country right now under the 2-party system. If you don't realize that, or your friends don't realize it, we're all very likely going to be victims of this evil empire of corruption. All of us. Dave, you're banned? You're banned, David. You're banned. What band? I don't have a band. Is this the Dave band? They've only been running this country since 1913, the origin of the Federal Reserve Act. Actually, it was 1910 they went to Jekyll Island and talked about the Federal Reserve Act. Well, maybe you're asking for music, right? Are you asking for when it's going to be the right time to solve problems in America? That would be good. Look it up. The name of the sculpture is called Arch of Hysteria. I don't need to look it up. Why bother? It's sick. What more do you need to know? It's 40 below zero in the Midwest right now. People are freezing their ass off. Yeah. Yeah. That's the trick. I'll show you his link, but it's looking down from the abyss. It's the only known picture of the Earth from a distance. Right. I've seen this before. Again, no photographs behind the scrim of this picture of any stars whatsoever in the outer atmosphere. It implies pay stub. Yeah, they just stuck that up there and then they cleared off any stars that would be in the background. Obvious pay stub. Plus, the Earth doesn't have a band of air blowing around it like a comet. That's ridiculous. Oh, sorry. But thanks for sharing. I'll put that in my library of fake photographs. I know. China says they landed 2 rovers on the moon. That's ridiculous. Have you seen the photographs of the moon that they claim they're taking photographs of? You could do that in an art department at a local high school. It's the worst fakery I've ever seen. And now they're claiming that we didn't go to the moon because they've looked at that place. And it's like one person lying on top of another lie. It's ridiculous. Let's take a look at something Scissorfight just sent in. Ground Zero, it's called.
12,000 more are now inbound.
These are people seeing. These are people coming into the country right now that Nancy Pelosi says aren't coming in.
With asylum seekers, you're going to have a whole lot more of these guys. These aren't asylum seekers. Think about that. Now, where did all the caravan go when they said they went away? They came right here. A majority of them. We saw a massive increase. Border Patrol got pounded. When they said the caravan went away, Lukeville, Ajo got slammed. Go look at their numbers, talk to their agents. CBS just reported. Okay, we saw an increase in this area where you have no wall on the Mexican Highway 2. We saw an increase of 12,000 in 2018. It was up 12,000, 52,000 apprehensions. This isn't an area where we are depleted. We have less than 10% of the BP force we actually need as an agents to lock down this highway.
Right.
The caravan just came up through here. That's why we had a massive influx of these guys. And we were on the ground. We were intercepting asylum seekers and children being trafficked. Over 50. Remember that. This is the Mexican Highway 2. I want you guys to understand, you have so many more coming up. We're just in a cycle. Everyone keeps talking. No one's out walking. You have another major caravan coming up. This is your Mexican Highway 2. Over 90 miles of no wall. Trucks moving in and out. You go down there right now, and you count how many Border Patrol agents you see out there. This whole area.
Hardly any. Hardly any.
All they're going to do is take that Highway 2.
You can drive right in.
And hit us right there.
That's what they're going to do.
No wall.
No wall. We need a wall.
Out here, contact us. We are boots on the ground.
All right, they're boots on the ground working down there. That's his new deal, Ground Zero. He's calling it the WFTF ministry. Fascinating. He's checking these out. He's doing 2-minute samples now to get more views. Hope that works for him. He's probably censored on YouTube as well. Yeah, it kind of sucks, doesn't it? It sucks being unable to explain to people that we need a wall or a fence of some sort. Facts are not seemingly the problem here. We've got plenty of facts. That's the point. I've seen Chinese people make fake lettuce, out of plastic. Thanks for sharing your ideas, 754. I do not talk about religious things here. You've chosen the wrong subject. I'm not in any way inclined to discuss religion in the show. Yeah, the Border Patrols are 100 miles inside detaining Americans on their way to work as asked them if they're U.S. citizens. I wouldn't even go down to certain areas like Deming, New Mexico, because you got to go through a border checkpoint every time. And they always ask, do you have any contraband? Do you have any type of illegal aliens on board? Well, I got about 3 or 4 joints, man. Here, you want one? Get out of the car. You're under arrest. I mean, what a joke. We've got a Nazi concentration camp forming at our border of incompetent idiots that like to frisk people who are U.S. citizens. That's not good border patrol. And I can tell you that's not something we should reiterate or repeat. Trump is allocating billions of dollars to a wall. Nancy wants to put it into Border Patrol agents. Trump wants to add another $1 billion just for Border Patrol agents. We haven't even verified the safety of our own Border Patrol agents. 5 years ago, they did a test to determine if any of them were lying. They tested 10% of the new recruits in the Border Patrol. And of those 10% that they tested, 61% failed lie detector tests. They're waiting to do many business deals with the cartels. They're ready to go buy a swimming pool with the money they make, looking the other way while the cartels bring people in. We need the fence. It'll prevent Border Patrol incompetence, for one. Then they like to pepper spray preachers when they won their car windows down all the way. Right, there you go. When they wind them down. You were on the spot when the Nagasaki hit. You had a tiny plaque in dirt. Your teachers told you the ground would be radioactive for 1,000 years. Why isn't it radioactive? Right. Your teachers lied. Yeah, Bengalitis. This is the deal. The alarming reality is this is going to shock a lot of you. And I might as well, leave you with some pretty heavy thoughts that may just, reverberate through your mind. We've already talked about the possibility we didn't land on the moon on Conspiracy Monday, but there's a distinct possibility that we didn't even drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Yeah. Well, I'm unusual. I actually had a chance to have an encounter myself with Robert Oppenheimer when I was in my mother's womb.
He knew the world would not be the same.
This guy, Robert Oppenheimer, actually walked up to my mother, who worked at one of the space agencies in Los Angeles, and he visited the space agency where she was working. I won't give you the name, but he actually, my mother was the only woman on staff, and she was working into the pregnancy, 9 months into her pregnancy, and he actually touched her belly, because he asked, could I touch your baby? I'm serious. It really did happen. And this guy, he was the pivotal character in the Manhattan Project that apparently was threatened. His entire family was threatened. I don't consider Robert Oppenheimer a war criminal. His entire family was threatened because he was about to reveal secrets that he felt it was ethical for him to reveal. Now, that can't be the design on the nuclear weapon he was developing. It had to be something simple, like we didn't really develop a nuclear weapon. That alone would definitely explain why the long-lasting Hiroshima radiation effects have not occurred. Same with Nagasaki. It's likely that a fuel air bomb was used back then, even though we hadn't developed fuel air bombs until much later. But they exhibit the same mushroom cloud that a nuclear weapon does, and they can kill about 200,000 people. The fires, the damage that did occur from Nagasaki and Hiroshima are indicative of a flash fire, not a long-burning radiation fire. The marks on the victims, you can see, I can show you victims in Nagasaki, that their burn marks were serious enough to kill them. But yeah, it's horrible, but a lot of it's flash fire. For instance, here's the back of one of the victims in Nagasaki, and it's a grill mark from some sort of a grill of some sort that was a screen that may have hit this person, but it burned in the pattern of her kimono. That's very interesting. That's not a radiation burn per se. It's more of a flash burn. All right, moving on. Either way, whether we know that nuclear weapons exist or not, which we do, whether that was a nuclear weapon or not, that's still a big question. A Baptist pastor was beaten and tased by Border Patrol, 11 stitches. Here's the link. Okay, let's take a look at it. Okay, we got a Baptist pastor tased by Border Patrol. We got, wow. Okay, so he's going to talk to people about his experience. Wow, that looks intense. Okay, I'll bring it into the show. Thank you for that link. Yeah, take a look at this, everybody.
Somewhere around there. And I get stopped at the checkpoint, and they started asking me questions. I refused to answer the questions. They wanted to search my vehicle. I didn't allow them to search my vehicle because of my Fourth Amendment rights not to be searched without a warrant.
Well, yeah, we'll find out more what's going on there. Yeah, for sure. Ghost has a link. All right. Oh, yeah. I heard about this. We talked about it a couple days ago. India wants to use flesh-eating turtles to get rid of the bodies of decomposing people, cadavers, in the Ganges River. India's Ganges River is the main source of water for 500 million people. It's also holy to the country's almost 1 billion Hindus, who bathe in the river to be cleansed of their sins. Yeah, it's pretty sad that people will, put their loved ones in the river to die. So I think that's a pretty good idea. Snapping turtles, yeah, I think that's a good idea. 200 tons of dead bodies in the water, not to mention billions of gallons of sewage. They need to do something. Those turtles might just be the answer. And this came in just recently. It's kind of a funny thing to end on. In the simulation, anyone who pops up looking like this gets deposed and his country overrun. That's just how the game was set up. And I believe Hitler was, he did the same thing with his arm. There you go. Well, Maduro is playing a very dangerous game of cat and mouse with U.S. forces. Allowing them, kicking us out and then saying you can stay. We're going to leave a skeleton group of people, diplomats there. And then siding with Russia on every turn and letting Russia develop a nuclear base, or a missile silo. It's just crazy. And I understand there's 3 destroyers off the coast of Venezuela. I mean, this is ridiculous. If Vladimir Putin were a man of peace, he would be working collaterally with the U.S. to help all these areas get them more food and be focused on humanitarian solutions, not military installments. That's more of the actions of an Adolf Hitler character. And if that's the way he wants to be remembered, we will certainly paint him out as what he really is, a person threatening the world. When we need to be moving toward détente and peace across the globe, this man is saber-rattling and threatening everyone around us. Hey, another great day of waiting. Many of you are going to get your food stamps, maybe even early. There might be a release of food stamps right now for February, but if you get your release early, that means you don't get any in February, just so you know. But if you haven't had your February food stamps, they're coming. The government was restocked with money for 20 days until the top brass, Pelosi, Schumer, and Trump agree to something. Yeah, we'll leave on that note. Tomorrow night is Truth Tuesday. We'll be back to start a show at 5 o'clock. I'll be here as well till 2 o'clock in the morning tonight. All right, everyone. Thank you for coming in. Take care. See you then.
Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government, one that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth, and a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.